Chapter 246, Tao Zhengyi's Fate. Chapter 246, Tao Zhengyi's Fate. No, don't throw me out here. Please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. On the highway linking Ningguang County to Qingyuan County, Tao Zhengyi was trussed up like a pig, miserably begging Yue Zhong. At a distance of 10 m away, over 100 zombies were currently shambling towards him. Yue Zhong laughed coldly as he kicked out at Tao Zhengyi, causing him to fly 2 m away. He guffawed. Damn pig. You dare to betray us at a critical time. You can go and die for all I care. No. I curse you all. Save me. A zombie grabbed onto Tao Zhengyi and opened its mouth. It bit down viciously, biting off a huge chunk of meat from Tao Zhengyi's face. The rest of the zombies had reached him as well and began ravaging his body, gorging on his flesh and blood. Sister Yadong, isn't this too cruel? Tong Xiaoyun could not help but cry out as she watched Tao Zhengyi being eaten alive. Yue Zhong glanced at Tong Xiaoyun as he laughed and shook his head. Cruel? Miss Xiaoyun, you're too kind-hearted. Based on this dog shit's crimes alone, even dying 10 times over would not be enough to atone for his sins. Do you know what we discovered when we ransacked his place? He kept a private room in his villa where he tied up many girls who were not that much younger than you. 10 of them. 6 had already turned into corpses. He's this kind of scum, and yet you're still pitying him? It's too laughable. At first, Tong Xiaoyun did not believe Xiongzheng's words. However, she was reminded of the scene at Clear Wind Camp, where she had seen the gory insides of the factory. She shuddered involuntarily and held onto Zhu Yadong's hand tightly. Zhu Yadong's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated gleam as she patted Tong Xiaoyun's hand and said, Xiaoyun, if these people were successful and gained control, our plight might be much worse. The current situation is vastly different from the world we lived in before. You will have to adapt to it. Tong Xiaoyun grabbed Zhu Yadong's hands tightly as she nodded and replied, Let's go. After Tao Zhengyi's anguished screams had died off, Zhu Yadong brought Tong Xiaoyun and the warriors of the First Company to charge at the zombies. All the warriors of the First Company were fitted with Tang replica swords. Tao Zhengyi had amassed a number in his storage over time, and all of them wore the mutant water snake scale armor. They rushed into the horde like tigers attacking a herd of sheep, easily killing off the zombies and gaining enhancements. The warriors of the Second Company were holding 03 rifles and were firing at the zombies. The zombies were picked off row by row like squishy moving targets. Yue Zhong was currently standing behind observing the horde's movement, and standing beside him were Yanxue, Lu Ning, and Gao Lina. Lu Ning looked towards Yue Zhong and smiled sweetly. Yue Zhong, how is it? Have you considered? As long as you bear the ammunition cost and pay us 5,000 tons of rations, we will help you to clear these zombies. In the military, there were many trained shooters. Helping Yue Zhong to clear the zombies was not only a good training for her soldiers, but also a way to obtain precious rations. Lu Ning thought that it was a good deal to engage in. However, Yue Zhong brushed it off and said, No need. The zombies on this road that connected Ningguang County to Qingyuan County did not seem to be under the command of a Z-type, and hence they were much less dangerous. It was the perfect place to cultivate his enhancers as well as to train his troops. Yue Zhong would naturally not give a free meal to the army. 3,000 tons of food was not a small sum, and as Yue Zhong did not promise to help transport the rations, the army could only rely on their own vehicles to transport the 3,000 tons of ration towards SY County. However, the distance to cover required a few days, and so Yanxue and her 2 friends stayed by Yue Zhong to observe his actions. Yanxue was currently eyeing the shooters of the Second Company as she laughed coldly. Based on your subordinate skill, without our help, even a week is not enough to clear the road to Qingyuan County. The shooters of the Second Company were indeed not up to standard, as even within a range of 100 m, they could not deal lethal blows. Many bullets were wasted on the non-fatal parts of the zombies, which did nothing to slow them down. Compared to the elite army, Yue Zhong's Second Company was like a militia. Yue Zhong stared at Yanxue coldly and said, "This is our business, and it doesn't concern you." It was precisely because of Yanxue that Yue Zhong had lost a large number of his elite soldiers from the First Company, making him not even have a single shred of goodwill towards this ice-cold beauty. If it wasn't for the huge and powerful army backing her, he would have already executed this woman. Yanxue looked at him and smiled coldly, not uttering a word more. She did not harbor any good feelings towards Yue Zhong either. She knew that she wasn't his match, otherwise she would have executed him as soon as the opportunity arose. Yue Zhong suddenly spoke. "Is SY County facing a ration shortage?" Yanxue and the other two ladies were shocked in their hearts. Luning glanced at Yanxue. She wanted to smile and say something, but Yue Zhong cut her short. "You can keep Mom. However, I have my means of finding out. Within 3 days, I will know the truth of the matter." Yue Zhong called out coldly. Keeping mum is another way of saying to keep silent or a secret, such as keeping mum about that plate of chicken and chips yesterday. UBPM. Luning hesitated for a while before replying softly. "Yes, we are indeed facing some issues in SY County." Yue Zhong frowned and asked, "How? I remember that there was a huge granary near SY County that you guys obtained. There should be more than enough to last for a while." Luning laughed bitterly and proceeded to explain the situation to Yue Zhong. Indeed, there was a granary containing 150,000 tons of rations near SY County. The first thing SY County could manage was to gain control of it. Although there were various issues like corrupt sale for personal gain, some bad food mixed in with the edible food, the total amount gained was still a whopping 100,000 tons. Under the efforts of the government and the army, they managed to take in over 100,000 survivors. With sparing distribution, the amount was enough to last for another 2 or 3 years, hence it wasn't an issue at first. Not long ago, the son of one government official had abducted a pretty housewife and raped her at his home. Under the influence of drugs, he had accidentally caused her death. In the current world, such deaths were common, and the official's son did not give it much thought. Unfortunately, the husband of that woman was a powerful evolver. His own wife had been violated to death, causing the evolver, who was very much in love with his wife, to be furious. He brought the case to the government's attention, hoping to seek redress and to punish that official's son. However, due to the fact that he was dealing with a high-ranking official, he was instead captured and thrown into jail. In a bout of rage, the evolver killed the jailers and made use of the dark of the night to kill the soldiers guarding the granary. He then proceeded to set fire to the granary, destroying about 80,000 tons worth of rations, before escaping in the midst of that chaos, plunging SY County into a serious situation. The remaining 10,000 plus tons of food was only enough to feed the survivors for about a few months, and this naturally caused the government and army to panic. Due to the situation, Yanxue was dispatched to attack Ningguang County and wrestle back control over it, using their food to tide over SY County's own problem. This had led SY County to witness and fear the rampage of infuriated evolvers. Yue Zhong asked blandly, "After such a mess, is the son dead yet?" Luning hesitated for a while before laughing bitterly. "He's grounded for 2 months. 2 months." Yue Zhong laughed coldly before he looked at Yanxue and said, "And you expect me to throw in with SY County? If it were me who was played by this bastard, how long would he be grounded for? 3 days? Or 1? You aren't anything better." Yanxue retorted with a cold gaze. The women and children were innocent. What did those rebels' actions have to do with their kids and wives? You had to deal with them with such ruthless methods? How are you different from those bastards? Privileges and special treatment. These exist in all countries and powers. Even if you forced yourself on the women in Ningguang County, who would be able to stop you? Who is capable of punishing you? You fight so much. Isn't it also about protecting your own interests, not to mention your own benefits? Yue Zhong replied, icily. "Since you've made it so clear, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Commander Shun, do you require anything else? If not, please leave. I don't have time to engage in pointless banter." Yanxue glared at him coldly before leaving him with, "You think I want to waste my breath on you? You're just a warlord causing divides amongst the country." Gao Lina followed behind Yanxue. Luning looked towards Yue Zhong apologetically as she said, "I apologize for them, Commander Yu. Commander Shin's temperament is a little obtuse. Please don't take offense." Luning's role in Yanxue's team was mainly responsible for foreign affairs and public relations. Based on Yanxue's temperament, it was not suitable for her to handle such matters. Yue Zhong eyed Luning and said detachedly, "Whatever you have on your mind, say it." Since Luning had not left yet, it was evident she had something to discuss with Yue Zhong. Luning looked at Yue Zhong and smiled. "I hope to use 500 gene of gold to exchange for 5,000 tons of ration." Yue Zhong stared at Luning icily and replied, "Impossible. The 3,000 tons of rations were the limit of my goodwill. I will not give way for a second time." Luning replied somewhat regretfully, "What would you want then? I hope that we can establish a stable relationship for trade. Be it steel, tools, clothes, shoes, all these commodities, as long as you need them, we can ship them over. Of course, you'll have to pay the equivalent amount in rations and the usage of fuel." UBPC, Experienced Soldiers Wanted. Chapter 247, Joint Forces. Chapter 247, Joint Forces. Yue Zhong glanced at Luning and said indifferently, "Military training. I want you to assign an instructor to train my men on the operations of tanks and mortars. I will give you 3,000 tons of rations in exchange for a battalion of artillery soldiers to be fully trained by your military instructors." Yue Zhong had obtained a large amount of advanced weaponry and ammunition from the mechanized infantry brigade station, so the only thing he was lacking now was soldiers with the technical know-how on operating them. "That's impossible. Please state another condition." Luning immediately rejected the proposal. The army could not create another strong potential threat to themselves. "Then I'll take the time to reconsider." Yue Zhong then left Luning behind as he proceeded to charge into the zombie horde, slashing this way and that, his dark magic blade slinging blood as he slaughtered the evolved zombies. Over the next 5 days, Yue Zhong led the 4 battalions in a relentless assault on the zombies between Ningguang County and Xinyuan County. With Yue Zhong blazing a path, his troops left behind swathes of devastated zombie corpses. This was only possible because he was swapping members out whenever they grew short of stamina. On Xinyuan County's side, Qiyang had mobilized all 3 of his battalions and attacked the zombies head-on as well. His tactics also included rotating the forces when necessary. After 5 whole days, they had cleared almost 100,000 zombies on the main road between the 2 counties. As a result, every single warrior in Ningguang County's 4 battalions had become a low-level enhancer. Yue Zhong and Tong Xiaoyan both possessed decent equipment, and through the non-stop battles, Yue Zhong had leveled up to become a level 24 evolver. Accordingly, Tong Xiaoyan had become level 21. One must remember that evolvers possessed stronger potential for growth and better base fighting capabilities. As long as there were enough high-level enemies to kill, the speed of their growth could very well be astonishing. In a stroke of genius, the countless corpses of the zombies were also piled into trucks and brought to the mechanized infantry brigade station. The genius bit was that they were to be used as zombie fertilizer at the bottom of the snakebirth fruit tree. Of course, some are also used as fertilizer for the life-saving grass on Xinyuan County side. After Yue Zhong had gained control over the mechanized infantry brigade station, it had become an exceedingly top-secret project. Other than Yue Zhong, no one else was allowed to enter. Standing orders stated that those who disobeyed were to be instantly executed. Once the channel was cleared between the 2 counties, Qiyang brought along the main powerhouses of the 1st and 2nd battalions, as well as the main governing officers, and rushed to swear fealty to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's disappearance from Xinyuan County had been for a long period, and when most governing bodies lost their core power, it would affect the morale of the officials. Qi Yang's motive for bringing them was to show Yue Zhong that he had been confident in him all along. After all, He was Yue Zhong's closest buddy, and he knew that this was a crucial detail. Yue Zhong looked at Qi Yang in front of him, and a strong sense of warmth surged in his heart. Qi Yang, it has been really hard on you all this time. Qi Yang wasn't as capable as Yue Zhong in battles and fights, nor was he as shrewd and calculative. Unlike Yue Zhong, who often jumped to take over other powers at the first opportunity, he was more of the calm and assuring type, enough to maintain the sense of peace and trust the survivors had in Yue Zhong simply by his presence. Just based on this, it was a very important trait of his that Yue Zhong admired greatly. If it wasn't for Qi Yang stabilizing Qingyuan County after Yue Zhong's disappearance, who knows what would have happened? The entire Qingyuan County might have even imploded on its own during this time. Qi Yang nodded to Yue Zhong with discipline and directly replied, "I'll be heading back to Qingyuan County first. I'm afraid that if I'm gone too long, there might be problems." Qi Yang had only rushed over to swear fealty once again and to see his friend. After that, as a man of action, he wanted to rush back so he could then return to his important duties in Qingyuan County. Yue Zhong took out one of the pink snake birth fruits and gave it to Qi Yang. "This is for you, brother Qi Yang. After you consume it, you should run a fever and pass out for about a day. If there's nothing that goes awry, once you recover, you will have become an evolver." Upon receiving the snake birth fruit, Qi Yang didn't say a word more as he just nodded his head and disembarked on his vehicle, heading back to Qingyuan County in a rush. "Deputy Commander Su, all of these items here, can the armored company use them?" Yue Zhong had brought some of the modern weaponry back from the mechanized infantry brigade station and was pointing them out to Su Zhengyang, hoping for clarification on their usage. Wu Guang took a look at all the captured advanced weaponry. His eyes opened wide as though he had just caught a glimpse of the world's most beautiful lad Andy. He gulped as he immediately started salivating. Tank, Type 69 tank, 122 millimeters self-propelled howitzer. Red Arrow, 9 rocket launcher vehicle, 40-round 122 millimeters rocket vehicles. Commander Yu, where did you get all these amazing things? When the rest of the team saw these modern weapons of war, their eyes lit up, sparkling with delight and excitement. If they could utilize these to equip their forces, then their entire fighting capability would increase by more than tenfold. Kong Tianyu, Lu Yin, Chen Shirtu, and the rest of the higher-ranking officers were staring slack-jaw at Wu Guang, Su Zhengyang, and the rest of the military officers. The administrative officers didn't know the full prowess of these weapons of war, and they could only look at Wu Guang, Su Zhengyang, Lang Zi, and the rest who had a military background, hoping for some explanation. The infantry fighting vehicles can be directly used. These howitzers can be operated by 3 of our warriors in the armored company. The Type 69 tanks I have tried twice before, so if you give me 3 months' time, I should be able to train up a Type 69 tank operator. As Su Zhengyang stared at the equipment, a feverish look could be seen on his face. Su Zhengyang was an extremely outstanding soldier previously and had come across many different types of equipment throughout his career. Furthermore, amongst those soldiers whom Yue Zhong had convinced to come under his wing, there were many talents. There were a few who knew how to operate mortars, some could drive infantry fighting vehicles, and, thankfully there were even a few who knew how to use a Red Arrow 9 rocket launcher. With the addition of all this equipment, Yue Zhong's armored company would now truly possess the might of an armored force. Kong Tianyu looked at the Type 69 tank inside the armory and shouted with fervor as well, "Commander Yu, let's have a Type 69 tank also." Seeing this, Zhao Xing could not help but blurt out, "Commander Yu, please give us 2 infantry fighting vehicles." At some point, the rest of the captains and deputy commanders had also started hollering. They all wanted access to a piece of the modern weaponry. Even just a company would be much stronger with a single edition of an infantry fighting vehicle. Other than those Type 2 mutant beasts, there weren't many enemies that could withstand the might of the ZPT 90-25mm autocannon mounted on these road demons. Yue Zhong frowned as he coldly snapped, "Everyone, shut the hell up." With just that one sentence, All the leaders who were excited and acting beyond themselves finally calmed down. These were all people who Yue Zhong had selected and trusted, and similarly, these people had high hopes and showed reverence for Yue Zhong. This meant that they didn't dare act out of line. After all, Yue Zhong was not the Mr. Nice guy he was prior to the apocalypse. Instead, he had matured into a decisive and vicious leader who protected them all. Yue Zhong continued, "After Deputy Commander Su has finished training a suitable squad, I will distribute the weaponry. For now, go back and rest. That means all of you. After 2 days, we'll go open that huge armory." Now that Yue Zhong had cleared the transport channel connecting Ningguang County and Qingyuan County, he could now use a huge portion of the advanced weaponry from Ningguang County to equip the elite warriors of Qingyuan County. This would raise the attack strength of his troops by a huge margin. As for the amount of ammunition that he had obtained, even if he equipped every warrior in Qingyuan County and Ningguang County, there would still be leftovers. However, as ammunition was precious in the current age, Yue Zhong would still allocate and use it sparingly rather than just assume he had enough. That was why he still wanted to check out the armory that Xia Yu had so kindly pointed out. Hearing Yue Zhong's words, Kong Tianyu and the other leaders dismissed themselves. They all gladly took the chance to relax and rest up. After fighting continuously for 5 days, all the warriors were fatigued. They desperately needed rest and recuperation. Yue Zhong called Ji Qingwu over. Likewise, he passed her a pink snake birth fruit, saying, "Qingwu, this is a snake birth fruit. After eating this, there's a huge chance you will become an evolver. However, you must take note that after consuming it, you will run a fever for a day and will be almost completely unable to move." The Special Forces Battalion was filled with experts. The reason Ji Qingwu could become its commander was somewhat due to her own strength, and also somewhat due to Yue Zhong's bias. That was the primary reason she could possess this post. After Ji Qingwu received the snake birth fruit, she looked at Yue Zhong with a piercing gaze before decisively popping it into her mouth. Not long after, her entire face flushed red and she felt faint, seeing stars and falling face first to the floor, breathing in ragged breaths. Yue Zhong immediately shot forward and swept her into his embrace. A faint fragrance from her body spread out, setting his heart on fire. Ji Qingwu was breathing erratically, and she looked at Yue Zhong before closing her eyes in a reassured manner. Yue Zhong carried Ji Qingwu back to his villa in Ningguang County, as he personally took care of her and wiped her clean as she sweated her way through the fever. During the entire period, he never left her side. Tong Xiaoyun saw Yue Zhong's meticulous care of Ji Qingwu and asked with a trace of envy, "Who's that lady? Brother Yu seems to like her very much." Zhu Yadong was also looking at Yue Zhong, carefully watching over Ji Qingwu. This made her heart also feel a little sour and jealous. Brother Yu has mentioned before that he had established a survivor base in Qingyuan County, right? That girl must be his woman there. From the looks of it, he appears to care for her very much. Zhu Yadong thought she had prepared herself for the fact that there was going to be a harem. She really had. The truth, though, was that upon witnessing it, she still could not fight back the feelings of jealousy. After all, which lady would be so broad-minded that she could gladly share her man with other women? What made Zhu Yadong especially jealous was that she could see Yue Zhong truly liked Ji Qingwu, not just for her body or looks. Early the next morning, Ji Qingwu's fever had subsided and she regained her consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yue Zhong by her side. It seemed Yue Zhong had been watching over her for an entire day. When Yue Zhong saw that Ji Qingwu had awakened, he smiled lightly and asked, "Are you feeling better?" She nodded. "I have become a spirit-based evolver and have gained a sword chi skill." Ji Qingwu looked at Yue Zhong with a grateful expression in her eyes. All of a sudden, Ji Qingwu threw out a question. "Yue Zhong, you like me, don't you?" Facing such a question out of the blue, Yue Zhong was obviously unsettled. In response, he became silent for a moment. Looking deep inside of himself, he ultimately found the answer. It seemed that he had long fallen for this graceful and courageous fighter, probably when they had been facing death together on multiple occasions, to the point that his feelings for her were more than those towards Luwen. It was just that Ji Qingwu wasn't simply a girl he liked. She was a comrade who he had fought shoulder to shoulder with, and faced multiple obstacles together with. He also knew he wasn't willing to force her into being his woman with his strength. Furthermore, he was afraid that if he confessed and was rejected, he might do some frightening things. This was why he would rather everything remain with the status quo, while quietly watching her grow. Right now, Yue Zhong felt that the situation was much more complicated than facing the Type 2 mutant water snake. He pondered and struggled for a long while, before gritting his teeth and replying with an affirmative. Yes. Ji Qingwu's mesmerizing pair of eyes was fixed on Yue Zhong. A complicated look flashed within as she spoke. If I were to follow you, would you be willing to forsake the other women just for me? Yue Zhong looked back at the pair of eyes that were as enchanting as the stars in the night sky and replied honestly, I can't do that. They chose to follow me, and that makes them my women. Even though I like you, I cannot throw them aside just for you. It's a matter of honor. Ji Qingwu closed her eyes, and she softly spoke. I understand. I want to rest now. Please step out. Yue Zhong stood up with a heavy heart, as he knew that it was very likely that his romantic fate with this valiant and beautiful lady had come to an end. If you had promised to forsake them because of me, I would have despised you. Just as Yue Zhong was walking out of the room, the sound of her words traveled to his ears. Yue Zhong paused and furrowed his brows in thought. Yet he couldn't make head or tails of her meaning or even her attitude. With regard to girls, he never even had an inkling of what to expect. After the entire camp had rested for 2 days, Yue Zhong brought along 2 battalions of soldiers for infantry fighting vehicles and 2 armed personnel carriers that were mounted with 2 5mm machine guns. There's also a large number of armor-plated vehicles that made their way towards the targeted armory. When they arrived at the forest that was filled with mutant beasts, Yue Zhong stationed the majority of the vehicles outside the forest. He brought Ji Qingwu, Zhu Yadong, and Tong Xiaoyan to go in with him, all 3 of whom had evolved. They sat in a Hummer as they traveled into the depths of the forest. Their main responsibility was to wipe out any small mutant beasts while checking if there were any more ferocious, larger mutant beasts. If by some rotten luck the armory had a few Type 2 mutant ferocious black-scale boars roaming about, not checking carefully and leading everybody blindly to the armory was tantamount to causing their unnecessary deaths. Of course, the sound of the Hummer traveling resounded throughout the forest, capturing the attention of a few nearby mutant beasts. All of a sudden, with the sounds of rustling grass, 4 2-meter-tall mutant vicious apes jumped out of the underbrush. Screeching at the vehicle, one of the mutant vicious apes directly leapt onto the Hummer, before using its entire weight of a few hundred kilograms to slam down violently onto the vehicle, causing it to vigorously shake. Zhou Yadong forcefully applied the brakes in response, using the huge resulting inertia to fling the mutant vicious ape off of the Hummer, before it tumbled head first onto the ground and rolled several times in succession. Chapter 248, Devil Flame Sword. Chapter 248, Devil Flame Sword. Yue Zhong glanced at the 4 mutant vicious apes that had appeared and said lightly to the 3 girls, I'll leave these 4 monsters to you. Mutant beasts like these mutant vicious apes were only at level 33. For Yue Zhong to rise up by 1 level, he would have to kill at least a few dozen of them. Currently, Ji Qingwu was only a level 27 evolver, so killing just one of them would let her directly rise in level. Upon hearing Yue Zhong's words, Ji Qingwu activated her cutting-edge enhancement skill, and a faint cyan radiance enveloped the replica Tang sword in her hands. Under the effects of the cutting-edge enhancement skill, the replica Tang sword in her hands would be even sharper than Yue Zhong's dark magic sword. Her figure flashed, and she directly rushed towards a mutant vicious ape like a storm of bladed wind. The targeted mutant vicious ape's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as one of its fists swung out and bombarded Ji Qingwu with power enough to create a piercing wind sound. This particular mutant beast had extraordinary strength and considerable agility. Assuming this punch hit its target, then even a boxing champion from the previous world would have their head directly blown into bloody off-sized bits. Using exquisite footwork, Ji Qingwu's response was to turn her delicate body slightly to the side, allowing her to dodge the mutant vicious ape's attack by a hair's breadth. In doing so, she also slashed at the beast's head, easily beheading it and causing fresh blood to splatter into the air, covering her entire body. Seeing Ji Qingwu finish off this mutant vicious ape so easily, a competitive spirit arose in Yue Zhong, who was standing at the side. She activated her explosive strength skill, and together with her innate talent, her strength surmounted that of 12 people combined. She picked up a God and Devil System Level 3 treasure Wolf Tooth Staff, which was 2 m in length and weighed 300 kilograms, using it brutally to smash at the mutant vicious ape. That mutant vicious ape was directly smashed into several largest chunks of flesh and blood by Yue Zhong's terrifying strength, as well as the immense inertia from her 300 kilograms heavy wolf tooth staff. It fell onto the ground, dead, and a huge orb of experience led Yue Zhong directly rise up in level. Facing the mutant vicious ape that was rushing towards her on the other side, Tong Xiaoyun activated her telekinesis ability. A stone suddenly rolled up to the ape's feet, causing it to trip and fall face first onto the ground. With just a thought from Tong Xiaoyun, 3 replica Tang swords rapidly shot towards the mutant vicious ape like arrows. With Tong Xiaoyun controlling them, 2 of the swords directly pierced through the ape's eyes as if they both had intelligence, destroying the ape's vision, while the other sword penetrated through the ape's body, tearing out a shallow wound. Tong Xiaoyun could control 6 replica Tang swords at most using her telekinesis ability, but the greater the number of swords she had to control, the less the amount of power each sword had in them. She normally liked to control 3 replica Tang swords at once when confronting enemies, which let her easily slaughter zombies. With both of its eyes blinded, the mutant vicious ape struggled painfully on the ground. The 3 replica Tang, swords controlled by Tong Xiaoyun, constantly flew towards the ape, piercing through its head and creating countless small wounds, causing the ape to constantly bleed. After 3 minutes of this grinding tactic, Tong Xiaoyun was finally able to kill the mutant vicious ape. By the time Tong Xiaoyun had killed the beast, the other mutant vicious ape had already been slashed to death by Ji Qingwu in one move. As Ji Qingwu constantly rose in level and gained enhancements, the advantages of her arduously trained swordplay were finally revealed. With her swordplay as a foundation, she was able to dodge enemy attacks with just the slightest movement. In addition to the fact that she possessed the cutting-edge enhancement skill, very few people would be able to avoid her blade in close combat. When facing swordplay experts like Ji Qingwu, the best way was to directly use a rocket launcher to bombard her to pieces before she drew close enough. Out of the 4 mutant vicious apes, only a level 2 skill book, high-speed movement, was dropped. Yue Zhong also took out the blood essences and gave them to the 3 girls to absorb. Currently, the blood essences of low-level mutant beasts as such were already useless to Yue Zhong. After finishing off the 4 mutant vicious apes, Yue Zhong and his party continued to drive in the direction of the large-scale weapons arsenal. When they came to a place littered with the wreckages of all sorts of military vehicles, the earth shook slightly, and 3M tall black-scaled ferocious boars came charging towards them from the distance like small-sized tanks. They stared ravenously at Yue Zhong and his party. 16 of them. It's a bit less than last time. I will go to kill them. You guys be careful. As Yue Zhong watched the 16 black-scaled ferocious boars, a scorching heat flashed past his eyes, and he spoke towards the 3 girls. He immediately activated his encompassing body armor and charged towards the 16 black-scaled ferocious boars, taking a Type 05 light submachine gun with him. As Ji Qingwu and the two other girls watched Yue Zhong rush towards the 16 beasts, a hint of shock flashed past their eyes. Those behemoths were level 43 mutant beasts, and every one of them possessed boundless strength. As soon as something was charged into by the black-scaled ferocious boars, even a Hummer would be knocked flying and smashed to pieces. Too reckless, this bastard. Seeing Yue Zhong's impulsive actions, even Ji Qingwu, a calm person who had a pure upbringing and had never sworn in her entire life, couldn't help but let out a curse. Holding her replica Tang sword, she rushed towards Yue Zhong's side. Seeing Ji Qingwu rushing forward, Tong Xiaoyan also felt a rush of battle lust, but a hand pressed down on her body, firmly keeping her in place. Yue Zhong held Tong Xiaoyan back, while looking towards Yue Zhong with a complicated expression, and said, "Don't go over with your current strength. Even if you rush forward now, you will become a burden to him." Since he said he wanted to deal with those black-scaled boars, he must have the confidence to do so. If you go up, you might not be able to do anything. In comparison with the hot-blooded Ji Qingwu and Tong Xiaoyan, the older Yue Zhong was much calmer. Yue Zhong rushed towards the 16 mutant black-scaled boars, hoisting his gun and releasing a burst of rapid fire. A concentrated line of bullets landed on the bodies of those 16 mutant boars, and although it did nothing to pierce that thick armor of theirs, it caused them enough pain to shriek before concentrating their wrath on Yue Zhong. The 16 mutant boars immediately charged towards Yue Zhong in fury. Facing the onslaught of those tank-like beasts, Yue Zhong kept his 05 back inside his storage ring before activating his Devil Flame skill. A dense, fiery energy ball blossomed in his hands, compressing itself tightly into the shape of a 2m long sword of flames. In the span of a few breaths, Yue Zhong had arrived in front of one of the mutant black-scale boars, and he shot out 2 bone spears from his back to propel himself up into the air. As he aimed his Devil Flame sword downwards, the mutant black-scale boar had just rushed towards the blade. The Devil Flame sword was the result of an expenditure of 50 spirit and 20 stamina to form, and to maintain its appearance, Yue Zhong had to expend 10 points of spirit and 3 stamina. It was a huge drain, but at the same time, it possessed immense power. Even the Type 2 mutant water snake's armor could easily be split open by this Devil Flame sword. The mutant black-scaled boar had charged recklessly towards the Devil Flame sword, and under the force of its own power, it was immediately sliced in two. Its wounds were instantly cauterized, sizzling with a burnt smell. After disposing of one of the mutant black-scaled boars in one strike, the bone spear behind Yue Zhong extended, sending him onto the head of another black-scaled boar, where he immediately stuck the sword into its head, penetrating its skull and incinerating its brain instantly. After becoming an evolver, Yue Zhong's strength underwent an earth-shaking change. If he was taking on these mutant black-scaled boars, as he was before the evolution, he would have never been able to condense the Devil Flame sword with his power and exhibit such fearsome strength. Right after he killed that mutant black-scaled boar, Yue Zhong jumped down from its body and activated his shadow steps. He stepped to the right like a specter, evading an attack from yet another black-scaled boar by a hair's breadth, whilst at the same time swinging the Devil Flame sword in front of the boar. The mutant black-scaled boar could not stop due to the energy from its own frenzied charge, and it sent itself into Yue Zhong's Devil Flame sword, instantly being sliced in two, while its innards and blood sprayed out, splattering onto Yue Zhong. Congratulations on reaching level 41. You have gained 2 enhancement points. Just as the third mutant black-scaled boar fell lifelessly, the sweet sound of notification resounded in his ears. Yue Zhong was, after all, a spirit and endurance dual attribute evolver. Each time he leveled up, he would gain a fixed enhancement point in spirit as well as endurance, and on top of that, he had another 2 enhancement points to be distributed according to his own wishes. Yue Zhong swiftly allocated those points to his agility, as it was extremely crucial on the battlefield. He had not learnt any blade or spear techniques before, and if he were to meet an opponent well-versed in martial arts, he could only rely on his extremely high agility and all sorts of other skills to suppress the enemy. Other than that, the benefits of having high agility was the ability to perceive danger and act faster. If he had low agility, even if he could sense the danger but was not able to react in time, it would still be all for naught. After Yue Zhong had allocated his enhancement points, his body slightly shifted as he swung down onto another mutant black-scaled boar, immediately opening a large wound in its head, frying the brain matter instantly. When he disposed of this black-scaled boar, he started weaving in and out amongst the mutant black-scaled boars, the devil flame sword in his hands constantly dancing and flashing as the mutant boars fell one by one. So formidable! Ji Qingwu's steps came to a halt as she watched Yue Zhong dance with his devil flame sword amongst the herd of mutant black-scaled boars. Her eyes flashed with shock. Even dealing with a single one of these beasts would take a toll on her. Never did she imagine that Yue Zhong could actually take care of them, as though he was slaughtering chickens, with the same as that of killing normal zombies. After killing another 7 of the black-scaled boars, the remaining behemoths finally felt a little fear amidst their fury, as they turned tail and escaped. Chapter 249. Successive Attacks. Chapter 249. Successive Attacks. Congratulations on reaching level 42. You have gained 2 enhancement points. After Yue Zhong had rushed up to dispose of another mutant black-scaled boar, he finally gained a level, and his agility was finally enhanced to hit 80 points. A single regular burst of speed from him could reach 8 times that of a normal person sprinting. This will not do. We need to find another convenient weapon. This type of fighting is too taxing on one's spirit and stamina. After Yue Zhong had killed those black-scaled boars, the devil flame sword in his hand was also about to die out, and the stamina drain caused his face to start to turn pale. The might of the devil flame sword was fearsome, but its consumption was likewise huge, and in just a minute of battle, his spirit had already been depleted by 60 points. If he were to go all out, he could at the very most last for 5 minutes. The drop this time is really quite bountiful. Yue Zhong eyed the 11 carcasses of the black-scaled boars, and his eyes flashed with delight. The armor of these black-scaled boars could be used to make the best body protection. Based on the size of the 11 dead behemoth piggies, there might even be enough armor for an entire battalion. The scales of the black-scaled boars could withstand even the might of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. So once Yue Zhong's subordinates were to don the armor made by these scales, their death rate would instantly plummet. In the previous battles, the mutant water snake leather had already proven its worth. What more was there to say about the black scales? The 11 black-scaled boars even had 2 precious skill books, as well as a green treasure box that dropped from them. Level 3 Skill Book, Sniper Specialization. Passive skill. Upon learning, the user will possess the skills of a top-rate sniper. Level 3 Skill Book, Werewolf Transformation. Active skill. User will transform into a werewolf upon activation. Consumes 10 stamina and 10 spirit every minute. In the werewolf state, all 6 attributes gain a boost. Strength of transformation is dependent on 6 attributes, as well as enhancement level of skill. Level 3 Treasure. Qing Feng Sword is an incredibly sharp sword. Yue Zhong threw the Qing Feng Sword to Ji Qingwu, swapping out the level 1 Tang sword in her hands. He gave the werewolf transformation to Yue Zhong and the sniper specialization to Tong Xiaoyan. Although Tong Xiaoyan had evolved, she still lacked the ability to fight against the army. While her telekinesis could be of use towards normal humans, if they were up against the army, a sniper bullet would be all that was needed to end her life. If she learnt the sniper specialization, she could become a top sniper and could participate in the battle against the army if needed. Since Yue Zhong had the aid of the level 6 treasure storage ring, as long as he had enough firepower, he could decimate an entire battalion on his own. As the army had many different tricks and methods, his pressing issue now was to power up his own women, giving them a better chance of survival. Setting to work, Yue Zhong swiftly dug out the blood essences and nuclei from the mutant boars' heads before continuing on his way towards the huge armory. Along the way, there were no more mutant beasts. After all, it was the territory of the mutant black-scale boars, and normal mutant beasts didn't dare enter it casually. Not long after, the armory came into Yue Zhong's sight. It was hidden in the hillside, and a gigantic steel door was all that stood between him and the arsenal. To open the armory, one had to deal with that enormous steel door. Right in front of those steel doors, there was an electronic lock. However, since Yue Zhong didn't know the passcode to it, he could only gaze at the steel doors. He strode up to the doors and reached out to place his hands on them before activating the devil flame. The steel started to melt quickly around the raging flame, forming a flow of liquid steel, and soon, a hole with enough space for someone to walk through was formed. As the armory was built into the hill, its interior was about 20 m in height, and while the outside was a small funnel, the interior was an entire different story, with 4 huge storehouses built. Yue Zhong took a glance at the 4 storehouses before calling out to Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu, I'll leave those locked doors to you. Amongst the 4 storehouses, there should be one that contained medical supplies. Supposing Yue Zhong used his devil flame to burr a hole through, he might accidentally cause an explosion. Ji Qingwu looked at the locks on the storehouses, and a chilling glint appeared in her eyes as she activated her blade, strengthening skill. With a single mighty swing, she broke open the lock on one of the storehouses. Yue Zhong then stepped forward to push the door open, revealing the countless weapons inside. It's tons of firepower. Yue Zhong greedily stared at the many boxes in the storehouse as his eyes lit up. The building was huge, a 50 m by 100 m storehouse. Inside, there was box after box, all on top of even more boxes. Each one stacked neatly. They completely filled up the entire storehouse. Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Upon prying open one of the chests for closer inspection, Yue Zhong couldn't help but frown as he saw that the boxes were filled with many such obsolete weapons, giving him a bad feeling. Yue Zhong opened up a number of boxes, only to discover that all of them contained weapons that had long ago been deemed obsolete by the Chinese military. Yue Zhong then proceeded to open up another storage and saw the large amounts of vintage artillery inside. He now understood the true meaning of Xia Yu's words about being able to equip an entire regiment. I'm afraid that these are all weapons that are no longer useful. The bad news? This entire armory could not compare to the weapons Yue Zhong found when he opened up the mechanized infantry brigade. The good news, though, was that the total amount of weapons and equipment here was really huge, and ammunition was plentiful as well. While it might prove difficult to use effectively against a human army, this was absolutely more than enough to deal with zombies. Furthermore, the ammunition type was common, and the various extra munitions for the Type 56 semi-automatic rifles could be used for the Type 81 rifles as well. Amongst the 4 storehouses, there was even a fuel facility, within which was a truly huge amount of fuel. Factoring in the amount of fuel from the mechanized infantry brigade station in Ningguang County, Yue Zhong didn't need to worry about the fuel issue for the next 4 months or so. After opening the armory, Yue Zhong brought the 3 ladies and left the facility. On his way out, he ordered his men waiting outside to quickly enter and start the large-scale transportation of the items contained therein. After just a short while, Yue Zhong brought the entire vehicle fleet that was filled with various weaponry, ammunition, and fuel with him as they started their journey out. For this mission, aside from the 4 IFVs and 2 dual-mounted 14.5mm machine gun vehicles, he mobilized a total of nearly 100 vehicles, allowing him to transport a huge portion of the contents in the armory all at once. The vehicle fleet had not traveled very far before a huge flock of mutant birds flew towards it. The mutant birds were the size of hens and had gray feathers, with an average wingspan of about 20 centimeters. Level 22 mutant beast, steel beak bird. It possesses an extremely tough, sharp beak. Using its beak, it can drill holes through steel. It is also extremely ferocious. Yue Zhong saw the sudden incoming onslaught of the steel beak birds and his face paled before he shouted out, "Open fire!" Yue Zhong swiftly leapt from his vehicle, pulling out a .05 light submachine gun and firing rapidly towards the mass of birds in the sky. The dual-mounted 14.5mm machine guns rotated under command and started spewing deadly bullets at high speed toward the sky. The countless number of bullets ruthlessly flew forth as they penetrated and killed numerous steel-beak birds, causing a fresh rain of blood filled with feathers to come down everywhere. Yue Zhong's Type 05 machine gun was firing non-stop, shooting down heaps of steel-beak birds. These mutant birds were fast and had high numbers. Even though their beaks could penetrate steel, their defense, on the other hand, was extremely weak. A 5.8mm bullet could penetrate clean through their weak bodies. However, the quantity of steel-beak birds was really too numerous, and a number of them managed landings on a few of the vehicles. Of course, they were currently pecking viciously at the steel armor, causing many small holes on the exterior. Chapter 250, SY County Survivor Base. Yue Zhong's aim was extremely accurate, and his concentrated line of fire hit the yellow jade condors consistently, brass shell casings ejecting with each clack of the gun's bolt. Unfortunately, the body of the yellow jade condor and its feathers were incredibly sturdy, and the bullets from the machine gun could only hit and ricochet off of their evolved bodies. The three yellow jade condors were of course angered by the incessant attacks of Yue Zhong, and they immediately flapped their wings, brewing up a dust cloud before shooting towards Yue Zhong with power reminiscent of a speeding arrow. The dual-mounted 14.5mm machine guns had also adjusted aim and were currently spitting a line of fire at the mutant birds. Countless bullets, which could cause even the armor of a tank to be pierced, landed on two of the yellow jade condors' bodies violently. The repeated bullets caused small puffs of blood and feather matter to expel from the numerous impact zones. Feathers scattered, and blood sprayed from their wounds, enraging the yellow jade condors further. Of course, one mustn't forget that these yellow jade condors were not level 46 mutant beasts for nothing. The bullets that could easily cause an average person's body to have two large and rather leaky holes only caused a superficial wound and dribbles of blood without actually penetrating their skin layer. Nonetheless, it was enough to attract the wrath of the yellow jade condors. One of the birds swung out its wing in front and steadily advanced while blocking the bullets of the dual-mounted 14.5mm machine guns, causing a large amount of fresh blood to spurt out before it used its incredibly sharp talons to grab the vehicle and near instantly pulverize it. With its wicked sharp hook-like talons, it pierced the machine gun-mounted vehicle, a screech sound echoing out before spreading its wings to fly. These mutant birds possessed immense strength and usually hunted mutant water snakes, as well as black scale boars while flying. One could imagine the necessary strength needed to haul away such huge beasts for food. Grabbing up such a vehicle was decidedly not a tough feat for them. Just as the yellow jade condor flapped mightily in an attempt to soar up into the sky, Yue Zhong, who had already activated his bone-encompassing armor, shot out a bone spear from his back and propelled himself up 8 or so feet, becoming even with its head. Reaching the target zone, he pulled out his stinger and quick-fired 6 shots point-blank at its head. The 6 oscillating stinger bullets flew forth and penetrated the skull of the yellow jade condor as expected. Unexpected was the spectacular explosion of the back of its skull, pulpy brain and shiny bone bits flashing in the sun as warm meaty chunks sprayed forth upon destroying it. The condor immediately fell from the sky and landed with a heavy whump atop the gun-mounted vehicle. Although the yellow jade condor had a wingspan of over 40 m, its body weight was only about 600 g and wasn't even a ton. Therefore, it did not cause that much stress on impact with the armored exterior of the vehicle. The warriors inside the vehicle also managed to escape safely due to quick movement upon seeing Yue Zhong leap high. Yue Zhong had just disposed of the first yellow jade condor when one of its comrades immediately shot towards him like a gale of wind, its exceedingly sharp talons opened and ready to grab him. The speed of the attack from the yellow jadebird was truly quite swift. It was to the point where Yue Zhong could not evade in time, and had no choice but to chop down with his dark magic blade at the talons. In the next instant, Yue Zhong was sent flying by the immeasurable strength from the attack, like a discus that was thrown violently a few meters. These airborne mutant beasts may not be able to compare with the land beasts in terms of defense, but their speed and strength was commonly found to be many times than that of their land counterparts. It was precisely because the air mutant beast's attack speed was so fast that Yue Zhong had been captured by the Green Eagle before he could even react, let alone resist. Speed was the advantage that these airborne mutant beasts had, and was coincidentally one of the perfect counters to Yue Zhong, who prioritized the enhancement of his agility attribute. Yue Zhong was sent flying back a few tens of meters once more, a gust of wind blowing him as one of the other condors targeted him and immediately flicked its wings. The end result was an attack attempt towards Yue Zhong with its claws viciously spread. Just as the condor was about to slash Yue Zhong, Yue finished hoisting a PF-98 120mm anti-tank missile launcher, aimed at the condor, and pulled the trigger. A rocket shot out and exploded on the body of the yellow jade condor with huge effect. With a honk, the 40M mutant bird immediately burst into myriad different sized pieces under that explosion, the chunks flying every which way. While the defenses of the yellow jade condor was shockingly high, it could not compare to a Type 2 mutant beast, and naturally would not be able to resist the firepower from an anti-tank missile. As these high-level mutant beasts possessed some sort of intelligence, and seeing that its two comrades had been killed by Yue Zhong's forces, the remaining yellow jade condor let out an anguished shriek before flying off swiftly into the horizon. The yellow jade condor that had its head exploded by Yue Zhong's stinger dropped another level 3 skill book for sniper specialization and 300 survival credits. This time Yue Zhong did not stand on ceremony and proceeded to learn the sniper specialization skill. The sniper specialization skill obviously complemented Yue Zhong's night enhancement ability. It allowed him to become a hunter in the night, not just seeing in the dark, but with superior aiming skills allowing him to provide more pressure for his future enemies with his varied methods. The two yellow jade condor corpses also gave 2 blood essences and 2 nuclei, adding up to a pretty bountiful drop. After the episode with the 3 yellow jade condors, there were no further provocations or attacks from the mutant beasts for the rest of their journey. Upon returning to Ningguang County, Yue Zhong immediately proceeded to consume the blood essences obtained from the black scale boars and yellow jade condors. Congratulations on gaining 4 points of enhancement in vitality. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of enhancement in vitality. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of enhancement in vitality. After swallowing the 3rd blood nuclei of the black scale boars, there were no further benefits. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of enhancement in vitality. After consuming the yellow jade condor's blood essence, it was the same result. He had consumed too many blood essences from the mutant beasts, and low levels or ranks of mutant beasts could not help his enhancement. Only a Type 2 and above rank mutant beast might be of use. The remaining blood essences were kept aside by Yue Zhong, as he intended to distribute them to Ji Qingwu, Zhu, Tong Xiaoyan, Lu Wan, and Guayu, letting them gain more enhancements to their vitality. Vitality was essential in the defense against possible infections and poison, as well as their regeneration capability. It allowed the person to be more resilient to sickness and injuries, and provided faster recovery. Hence, it was an important attribute. However, in the current world where danger was omnipresent, most people opted to enhance their strength, agility, stamina, and spirit, the 4 main combat attributes. Few people would choose to spend their precious enhancement points on vitality. Yue Zhong mobilized his troops for a few more trips back and forth to the armory, bringing everything back, and while they faced the occasional ambush from low-level mutant beasts, there were no further attacks from any strong ones. This gave the troops a sense of security, and there was even a detail that was sent to specially collect the mutant beast's meat back to Ningguang County. The total amount of meat from the 11 black scale boars amounted to a few hundred tons, combined with the mutant water snakes and Type 2 mutant water snake that Yue Zhong had killed earlier, which was also a few hundred tons. Ningguang County and Xinyuan County had no food shortages in the short future. Yue Zhong also readjusted his policies. The meat from the black scale boar went to the frontline troops. The meat from the mutant water snakes went to factory works. And the Type 2 mutant water snake and mutant black scale boar meat went to the higher-ranking officials from Yue Zhong's government. At the same time, Yue Zhong started a military academy and prep school in Ningguang County. He took the principal posts of the military academy, while the lecturers were those officers under him. And when they were not on active duty, they could give lectures on their battle experience and impart knowledge of modern weaponry. The school, on the other hand, was established and took in all the children, thus allowing them to continue with their interrupted education. Without the constant imparting of fundamental knowledge and communication skills, the establishment would have no future. However, the difference of the school with the schools prior to the apocalypse was that, in addition to their culture studies and learning, they had to undergo basic military education as well as some physical training. Due to the fact that the school promised the attending students enough good food, and even meat, most survivors opted to send their kids to school. Inside the school, regardless of background, be it a farmer's kid, children of former white-collar workers, even the precious children of government officials, they all played and learned together without any form of segregation. Within Ningguang County, the majority of the survivors took up tailoring as a profession, making use of the mutant beast hide to sew armor for the soldiers. Although the hide was tough, human machinery had ways of punching holes into them, and chainsaws could be used to cut the evolved skin. While experienced designers came up with armor ideas, and the pieces were sewn together by the workers tirelessly, making enough armor for a huge number of soldiers was only a matter of time. Another group of survivors were rounded up and dug up trenches all around Ningguang County, as well as building up some fortifications, mainly to defend against zombies and mutant beasts. They also provided a means of attack against human enemies. The workers who did their work diligently could also enjoy meat from mutant beasts. Therefore, most of the survivors who chose to do the manual labor did so quite willingly. Yue Zhong even brought along Chen Jianfeng, the previous mayor of Long High Survivor Base, over to Ningguang County to be in charge of establishing a functioning government. During the extended period of Yue Zhong's absence, Chen Jianfeng had not done anything unusual, and instead he had wholeheartedly worked side by side with Qi Yang, providing loads of valuable insight into the county's successful operation. Therefore, after conquering Ningguang County, Yue Zhong decided to switch him over and let him handle the affairs here. While Chen Jianfeng did bring along with him his bad habits and behavior from when he was a politician, he did possess the ability, and if it wasn't for his help, Xinyuan County would have been engulfed in pandemonium by Leicheng. Not long after Chen Jianfeng's arrival in Ningguang County, he managed to establish a form of law system, working together with different department heads to ensure the smooth governance of Ningguang County. The entire county also slowly regained its previous security and day-to-day bustle. On top of all this, the warriors under Yue Zhong also started expanding out and began mop-up work in the villages of the near surroundings. Those zombie-filled villages were slowly cleared out by Yue Zhong's troops, turning up huge resources as well as a large number of survivors who were then sent to join Yue Zhong's establishments. Under the constant training and battle, the other battalions consistently forged themselves, gaining morale and fighting spirit. Little Greenie had also finished its prior evolution. As it returned to Yue Zhong's side, it immediately gobbled up the nuclei from the Type 2 mutant black scale boar, Type 2 mutant water snake, and the rest of the mutant black scale boars, before it once again entered into a hibernative state, entering the upgrade phase towards its next evolution. Commander Yu, I need to purchase 3,000 tons of rations. Whatever you need, please state your demands. During Ningguang County's frequent meetings, Luning had tried to find and negotiate with Yue Zhong, and it was her fourth attempt currently. In this entire month, Yue Zhong had kept Luning waiting by the wayside, while engaging in various activities for the establishment, ignoring all 3 previous attempts from Luning. This time, Yue Zhong looked at Luning and said warmly, "I want to take a look at SY County Survivor Base. Why don't you come with me?" Now that Qingyuan and Ningguang County were both slowly chugging along on the right track and were developing well, Yue Zhong wanted to take the initiative to observe SY County Survivor Base. With regards to the SY County Survivor Base, Yue Zhong only had an inkling of its ins and outs based on his subordinates. After the apocalypse, the ones with the strongest survival rates were those who had received military training, and SY County was a place that had over 7 million people in the past. It even once commanded a regiment. During the initial stages of the onset of the apocalypse, the army was conducting an exercise between 2 of its elite regiments. While they lost over half of their warriors who became zombies, as well as numerous ranked officers who turned, and as a result, the loss of command, the remaining soldiers managed to rally under the command of the next highest ranked officer. In response, they managed to fend off their ex-comrades turned zombies. As they continually fought them off over time, they grew in strength and became a recognizable power in the region. When the government of SY County had requested aid, this huge power launched their assault on SY County, killing a large number of zombies inside. And in an entire month's worth of fighting, they managed to clear 700,000 zombies and regain control over SY County. With SY County as the base, the army then went around clearing the villages and absorbing survivors. It was precisely due to the participation of this strong army that allowed SY County to protect its survivors all this time, providing a form of haven for over 150,000 people. While the granary within SY County should have had more than sufficient rations, prior to the apocalypse, the overseer of the granary had engaged in black market dealings and sold off a large amount of rations. He had hoped to buy back the rations at a lower price when the opportunity was right, which resulted in a large space of the granary being empty. The remaining small store in the granary was broken into by large herds of mutant rats, which ate almost any available grain, thereby throwing SY County into a food shortage issue. If the overseer had not sold such a huge amount of food, SY County would not be facing such a difficult situation. After all, SY County used to be a huge import and export powerhouse. If it was known that such a reputable food county was facing its own food problems, it would truly be ironic. Facing Yue Zhong's words, Luning could not reject his proposal, and the next morning, surrounded by his escorts, Yue Zhong made his way towards SY County together with Luning. Under Luning's guidance, Yue Zhong's entourage managed to enter SY County without that many problems. SY County openly prided itself as the successful conqueror of Shaoyang County. Truthfully, it had only begun to clear the downtown area and some minor clearing of some of the nearby zombie-filled villages. A huge number of survivors were gathered under SY County's banner, and within a few areas inside the city, there was a natural water channel that acted as a barrier. The survivors within SY County base only had to ask for the support of a few soldiers to guard the channels, and it could cause the zombies from the north to have difficulty advancing. As the zombies were mainly advancing southwards, with the defense of SY County, Zhengyi had led a carefree life as a tyrant for a while. If it wasn't for the fact that they were starting to lack rations, they wouldn't have sent Yanxue and her troops to attack. Chapter 251 Fight. As Yue Zhong was at loggerheads with the powers of SY County, Yue Zhong's side had always been at a disadvantage. He brought along a few people, and the survivor camp was able to still accept it. Of course, if he were to bring an entire battalion along, it would not sit well with the survivor camp. As Yue Zhong and his team were clearing the checkpoint, a bespectacled man with a scholarly aura stepped up to greet them. "Hello, I am Fan Ming, the appointed secretary of Mayor 1. You must be Commander Yue Zhong. You're really a hero, you know. With your age and ability, you managed to save 30,000 survivors, which is very commendable." Luning looked at Fan Ming's behavior and frowned, as a foreboding feeling rose up in her heart. Yue Zhong glanced at Fan Ming before replying blandly, "How do you do, Secretary Fan? I am Yue Zhong. Is there something you need?" Fan Ming smiled lightly. "Commander Yue, Mayor Wen would like to have a meeting with you. Please come with me. Right at this time, a young man with a slightly skinnier build, darker skin, aged about 27 to 28, and sporting a calm air, walked over with a kind expression before he spoke. Hello, Yue Zhong. I am Secretary General Peng's assistant, Wei Jueguang. Secretary General Peng has extended his invitation to you. Please come along with me. I have already prepared a car for you. A luxurious Rolls-Royce drove up to Yue Zhong's side, purring quietly at an idle. From within the car, an extremely attractive woman stepped out. She was clothed in proper office wear, attractive black stockings that seemed to accentuate her long, slim legs, hair that fluttered lightly in the wind, and vibrant, purple lipstick. It was nearly enough that one could not take one's eyes off of her. The beauty that stepped out of the Rolls-Royce smiled sweetly at Yue Zhong. Such a scene with a pretty lady and luxurious car. It was quite eye-catching, as surely intended. Fan Ming was displeased and spoke out. Wei Jueguang, what's the meaning of this? I was the one to invite Commander Yue first. Once his meeting with Mayor Wen is done, it wouldn't be late for you to extend your invitation to Commander Yue. Wei Jueguang eyed Fan Ming icily and said, Secretary General Peng is SY County's party representative and the honorable leader of our SY County. After his meeting with Commander Yue has concluded, it wouldn't be too late for Mayor Wen to talk to him. The mayor of SY County was called Wen Baohua, while the Secretary General was Peng Mengde. These two were longtime rivals, and each were in control of a huge portion of SY County. Peng Mengde had single-handedly gained strength and support, forcing Wen Baohua to a corner. However, he had failed in disciplining his child well. It was precisely his son Peng Ji who had caused the problem with the evolver, leading to such a huge loss of food. After the incident with the arson, Peng Mengde had expended all his power to protect his only son Peng Ji. However, his influence and power in SY County suffered as a result. Many people threw their votes in with the mayor Wen Baohua, which led to him rising in power again. Now, though Wen Baohua had a say amongst the people of SY County, his words often held a hint of suppressing Peng Mengde. Although extending an invitation to Yue Zhong was a small matter, both sides were unwilling to give in this time. In these current days, as long as one side revealed a moment of weakness, the other hungry wolves would pounce on the opportunity and rip their throats out. Mostly figuratively speaking, of course. Mostly. If initially, Yue Zhong had bowed towards Shan Shui's threats and pressure, the whole of Ningguang County might very well have ended up in her palms. Fan Ming eyed Wei Jueguang coldly as he laughed toward Yue Zhong. Commander Yue, Mayor Wen has already prepared a feast to welcome you. There's even the celebrity Zhou Yanxue performing for you. Mayor Wen is absolutely sincere about making your acquaintance. Do consider coming with me. The celebrity Zhou Yanxue was a person of huge influence and following prior to the apocalypse. Every time she held a concert, be in mainland China, Hong Kong, Macau, or even Taiwan, tickets would be swept up almost immediately. There were fans who were obsessed enough to queue for 2 days straight just to purchase a single ticket. To be able to watch the performance of such a huge star before the apocalypse was something incredible. Upon hearing Zhou Yanxue's name, Tong Xiaoyun's eyes lit up as she pulled on Yue Zhong's arms and pleaded, Brother Yue, let's go to greet Mayor Wen. I want to see Zhou Yanxue. I'm a huge fan. Although Tong Xiaoyun had, like everyone, witnessed many horrid and cruel things, when she's within safety, she could still be her innocent self. Now that she had a chance to catch her favorite idol, she was practically jumping up and down with excitement. Hearing Tong Xiaoyun's words, Fan Ming's eyes gleamed with smugness. While the live performance of a huge star like Zhou Yanxue might not hold much priority for people who struggle with food, to those without such problems, it was a luxury that was attractive. Wei Jueguang just lightly chuckled before saying, Commander Yue, as long as you will come with me now to Secretary General Peng, then this Xiao Sure, a graduate from XX University of the Arts, will belong to you. The girl is considered to be her school's #1 flower, and of course the Rolls-Royce is included in the package deal. Wei Jueguang had instantly proposed an incredibly practical and attractive offer. Xiao Shishir was a beauty with looks and demeanor, not losing out to Gumanzi. The Rolls-Royce was also a powerful sports car. Just a step on the pride of Wenbao. Peng Mengde was willing to invest much. After the apocalypse, without the supervision and scrutiny of the media, people with power or authority started to grow more daring and impudent with the exchange of girls and items as bribes or conditions, all without batting an eyelid. Seeing Fan Ming and Wei Zhong openly engaging in a power struggle, Luning frowned in displeasure, her expression cold as she spoke out. Fan Ming, Wei Zhong. What is the meaning of this? Yue Zhong is a guest on my invitation. He is naturally coming with me. Fan Ming smiled at Luning and said, wherever commander you would like to go is his freedom to choose. Miss Liu, dare I ask where you to commander you? In what capacity are you making his decisions for him? Following the flow of time and being unable to accept orders from the central government, the officials and military had initially worked together in SY County. However, due to the difference in power distribution, there was a rift between both parties. After all, power was a huge attraction to many regardless of gender, and anyone who possessed it found it hard to let go. Peng Mingde could protect that degenerate son of his who had committed such an atrocious act, was because he had the power. If he didn't, Peng Ji would have been shot dead countless times for his various misdeeds. Luning turned to Yue Zhong and asked, Yue Zhong, where do you want to go? Yue Zhong lightly laughed and said, let's head to Mayor Wen's place. I'm also interested in the idol Zhou Yanxue. Hearing Yue Zhong's choice, Luning and Wei Zhuguang's expressions turned cold. After recovering himself, Wei Zhuguang continued smiling and said, since that's the case, would Commander you have the time to meet with Secretary General Peng tomorrow? If there were normal people who dare to turn down Secretary General Peng's invitation, Wei Zhuguang would have laughed coldly before dealing with the person harshly, thus making his or her life difficult in SY County. After the apocalypse, if a normal person had dared to anger or slight Secretary General Peng Wei Zhuguang could absolutely make sure the person would not live for another day. However, Yue Zhong wasn't someone normal. He had established his own bases of operations and commanded a troop of over 2,000 warriors, while keeping 30,000 people surviving with his various abilities. He was also a strong evolver all on his own. This figure of existence could not be offended, and Peng Mingde was unwilling to make an enemy out of him. Yue Zhong replied with courtesy, of course I have the time. I also have high regard for Secretary General Peng. Then, I'll come pick you up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I hope you have a great night. Wei Zhuguang looked towards Yue Zhong and smiled, before getting back into the Rolls-Royce and leaving. Have an enjoyable evening. I shall return to the camp first. Luning glanced at Yue Zhong before she boarded her vehicle and left as well. Fan Ming looked at the defeated Wei Zhuguang and Luning leaving as he laughed and said to Yue Zhong, please, this way. Under Fan Ming's guidance, Yue Zhong's team came to a villa compound that was decorated lavishly. How amazing! Brother Yuan, your strength is really great. Based on your ability, I think even Ningguang County's Yue Zhong is not your match. A clear female voice had just resounded across the villa's garden and was heard by Yue Zhong's team. Yue Zhong looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a young lady of about 17 or 18 with extremely good looks dressed entirely in red. Her skin was a perfect snow-white color, both smooth and pure. She seemed to be staring with an adoring gaze at a man of about 26, 27 with dark skin, tall stature, and eyes that seemed to shine with a heroic aura. There were a total of 13 other young men and women surrounding the two of them, and right in front of the huge young male there was a sandbag that was lying on the ground in a battered state. Fan Ming immediately turned ashen as he pointed out her background. That is Mayor Wen's precious daughter, Wen Peishan. She's still young and doesn't know what she's talking about. If her words had offended you, please don't take it to heart. Yue Zhong's deeds in Ningguang County had naturally reached the ears of those higher-ups in SY County. They were starting to pay attention to him, and in their eyes, he was a vicious and cruel warlord with no emotions who lusted after women. Fan Ming was worried that Yue Zhong would go against Wen Baohua just because of the words uttered by Wen Peishan. Yue Zhong glanced at the girl in red and the huge man before replying blandly, "Relax, I won't take offense." Yue Zhong had, after all, gone through many battles. With a good look, he could tell the young man did possess some abilities as well, but lacked the aura and temperament of a warrior that had been through life and death battles. Any of the warriors in Yue Zhong's elite force could wipe the floor with him. When Peishan had just seen Yue Zhong's entourage, and she brought along the group of young men and women as she walked over. "Uncle Fan, who are these people?" When the group of people came over, their gazes were drawn to the lady whose hair was tied in a ponytail and dressed in warrior's clothing. She had an extremely sexy figure, her skin blindingly white, her appearance peerless, and her aura extremely valiant. She was Ji Qinwu. Chapter 252, The Elite Battalion's Prowess. Chapter 0252-The Elite Battalion's Prowess. Amongst the elite battalion warriors that Yue Zhong brought, everyone had eyes on Ji Qinwu, be it her features, figure, or demeanor. All of it was extremely eye-catching. When compared to Yue Zhong, he didn't even seem worthy of a second look. The few other girls who could match Ji Qinwu in terms of her looks and figure were Guiyu and Chen Yao, who were staying behind at Qingyuan County handling governance and other matters. Yue Zhong was also in charge of the warriors hunting zombies and mutant beasts. She wanted to quickly shorten the gap in terms of enhancement between herself and Ji Qinwu, becoming even stronger and more worthy of Yue Zhong. Fan Ming hurriedly introduced them to Wen Peishan. "Peishan, let me introduce these people to you. This is Ningguang County's Yue Zhong, also known as Commander Yu." Wen Peishan looked at Yue Zhong and frowned, as she spoke with an undisguised, arrogant tone. "So you are Yue Zhong? You don't look like much, though. I heard you use some brutish methods to execute some people in Ningguang County after your takeover. Is this true?" The group of people behind Wen Peishan also stared coldly at Yue Zhong, wanting to see how he answered. Yue Zhong replied blandly, "Yes, it's true." Wen Peishan became furious immediately and said, "How could you be so cruel? Why did you have to do that? Even if those people were in the wrong, you could have taken care of them by law. What you did was despicable." Wen Peishan had always been under her father's protection and had not tasted the bitterness or harshness of life. She naturally did not know the blackness and cruelty of people's hearts in the outside world. Her naive thinking was still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic days, and she naturally felt Yue Zhong's actions were damnable, and he should be thrown in jail. The rest of the group, however, knew far better than Wen Peishan, and they did not dare step up to point at him. After all, this man in front of them was rumored to be a killing machine that did not bat his eyelids at slaughter. Yue Zhong glanced at the naive Wen Peishan before shaking his head at Fan Ming. Mayor Wen's ability at guiding his daughter is really subpar. In the current world, based on Wen Peishan's temperament, if she lost the protection of Wen Baohua, who knows? All that awaits her might be a pack of hungry wolves who wouldn't leave a single bit of her behind. Fan Ming couldn't help but blurt out, "Teaching the young is one of the hardest things in the world. Compared to the Pengs, Peishan is considered very good already." Even prior to the apocalypse, there were such cases aplenty. Those with power and affluence usually kept low-key, but their own sons and daughters were, on the other hand, arrogant and despotic, doing what they liked, an idiotic bunch in fact. When Baohua had brought his own daughter up to be caring and kind, which was a good thing before the apocalypse. But after such a drastic change of the world, this was dangerous. The moment when Baohua fell, his naive daughter wouldn't stand a chance of surviving at all. When Peishan saw that Yue Zhong had actually slighted her, and her face flushed red with anger. "Yue Zhong, I know you take pride in your own abilities and strength. That's why you're so arrogant about it. But as the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains, people above people. There are definitely people who are at least 10 times stronger than you. Do you dare take on Jiang Tao, my brother Jiang? If you lose, you surrender yourself to the authorities. Who knows, your punishment might be smaller." After those words from Wen Peishan, the big and burly man Jiang Tao beside her immediately took a step out, his eyes full of animosity as he looked at Yue Zhong. Jiang Tao was a naturally awakened strength-based evolver and could be considered a true genius. Other than the status of an evolver before the apocalypse, he was also an expert in judo, being proficient in various judo wrestling skills, and was extremely good in melee combat. That was why he dared step forward to test Yue Zhong. Let me. Right at this time, amongst Yue Zhong's troops, the lowly Yao Yao jumped out, her huge eyes staring at the burly man like a small cheetah eyeing its prey. Yao Yao was, after all, a naturally awakened agility-based evolver, a genius amongst genii. She didn't like to study culture and normal knowledge. Instead, she spent her time frequently polishing her knife skills, learning about combat, weapons, shooting, driving, and various other wartime information. Although she had not yet joined the Special Forces, she wasn't behind them in terms of various combat abilities. She even joined in on the efforts to clear the passage between Ningguang County and Qingyuan County, and her own kill count of zombies were numerous, while at the same time, she had already reached level 28 as an enhancer. Her strength could be comparable to Ji Qinwu. Jiang Tao looked at Yao Yao as he frowned and spoke in a deep voice to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, you dare to hide behind a girl's back? That's really shameless of you. To Jiang Tao, even if he beat Yao Yao this lowly, it wasn't something to be proud of. Instead, it would feel like he was bullying the weak. Yao Yao was immediately enraged by Jiang Tao's words, and she activated her shadow step skill, her agility instantly soaring to around 140, which was much faster than a normal person. Even faster, in fact, than Yue Zhong's own agility. You're dead. Before Jiang Tao even knew what was going on, Yao Yao had appeared behind his back. She already had a sharp Tang replica sword held at his neck, prickling a small wound, blood sluggishly trickling down it. Everyone present was instantly shocked by Yao Yao's specter-like speed. It was the first time they saw an enhancer with such a sickeningly fast speed. Jiang Tao simply had no way of reacting to that, and was controlled instantly. If it was a real battle, he would have already died without knowing what hit him. After Jiang Tao was held in place by Yao Yao's Tang replica sword, his entire back broke out in cold sweat, his knees shaking, and he didn't dare make a move. He could feel the cold steel and its sharpness. As long as Yao Yao lightly slashed, his limitless future potential as an evolver would come to an end here. Yue Zhong frowned as he stepped forward and raised his hands to catch Yao Yao. Yao Yao's strength had increased by a scary amount, and wasn't the little level 1 evolver that relied on Yue Zhong. When she activated her speed, her agility was truly beyond that of Yue Zhong. Seeing that Yue Zhong was about to grab her, she immediately retreated swiftly, shooting towards one side like a cheetah. Yue Zhong glared at Yao Yao before activating his art of fear skill, and a huge, baleful, and oppressive aura locked onto Yao Yao, giving her a shock. She quickly fell weakly like a little kitten into Yue Zhong's arms. Yue Zhong looked at the rebellious little lowly, saying, "Who gave you permission to act?" Yao Yao just pouted as she twisted her head to the side, showing an expression of a stubborn pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, and ignored Yue Zhong. "I'll deal with you later." Yue Zhong was absolutely driven up the wall by this little lady Yao Yao. Within his establishment, few people dared to be disrespectful to him, and only this willful Yao Yao could get on his nerves. Yao Yao was extremely cute, and also she was capable. Within the base, she got on well with everybody, and most people liked her. Furthermore, she was backed by Ji Qinwu. As long as she didn't do something that was too infuriating, Yue Zhong also couldn't bear to discipline her too harshly. Seeing the little lowly Yao Yao who had defeated Jiang Tao so easily, simply being captured by Yue Zhong without breaking a sweat. Other than those on Yue Zhong's side, everyone's eyes went wide. At this time, another elite warrior with a slightly slimmer build walked out from Yue Zhong's side. While taking an indifferent look at Jiang Tao, he spoke. "Jiang Tao, I'm Song-1. I am considered the weakest amongst the elite battalion. Allow me to take you up on that challenge." By this time, Jiang Tao had lost all confidence of challenging Yue Zhong. Even facing Song-1 of the elite troops caused him to be wary and assume a serious expression as he replied with a, yes. Songwen did not say anything further. With a single step, he flew forward and his eyes flashed with an incredibly brutal gleam, as though he was a beast that caught sight of a prey, rushing towards Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao also raised his hands and reached out to grab Songwen's clothes. As long as he could get a grab, he could then give him a good throw. Songwen suddenly came to a stop before lashing out with a kick towards Jiang Tao's abdomen without mercy, sending Jiang Tao flying somewhere between 5-6 m. Although Jiang Tao wasn't weak, he possessed little to no experience in actual combat and could not compare with the troops trained by Yue Zhong. They who had been through countless battles and training versus him, he was naturally defeated easily. When Pei Shan and the rest of the youths looked at Jiang Tao grabbing his stomach, rolling on the ground, groaning in pain, their eyes flashed again with shock. They had thought that Jiang Tao, being an evolver that could disintegrate a punching bag with a punch, was way beyond the overtalked Yue Zhong of rumors, who knew that Jiang Tao could not even contend against a single warrior from Yue Zhong's troop, causing them to feel devastated. "Please come in." Fan Ming's eyes flashed with admiration as he led Yue Zhong and his team into the inner area of the villa. It wasn't time for the feast yet, hence he wanted to show them to their arranged resting quarters. Yue Zhong also didn't give any further attention towards when Pei Shan and the rest of the youths as he entered the villa. Ji Qingwu and the rest were quickly assigned their resting areas, while Yue Zhong was led by Fan Ming towards a meeting room. In the meeting room, a dignified and handsome man with an aura of prestige sat on the sofa. There were even documents placed on a glass table in front of him. This middle-aged man must be one of the two heads of SY County, Mayor Wen Baohua. "Please sit." Upon seeing Yue Zhong enter, Wen Baohua did not engage in any nonsense and immediately gestured for Yue Zhong to take a seat. After taking a look at Yue Zhong, Wen Baohua immediately started the conversation. "How do you do? I am SY County's Mayor Wen Baohua. Yue Zhong, would you be interested in coming over to SY County to help me? As long as you're willing, I am willing to let you hold a post of a Special Forces Battalion commander. All the people under you will be, through your own selection, assigning tasks and jobs are also your own responsibility. As long as you report what they do after each mission, it'll be enough for me." Wen Baohua had immediately proposed an attractive offer. This allowed him to retain his own forces, act on his own, and in short, gave him a position of power within SY County without giving up his trained troops. Yue Zhong just smiled lightly and immediately rejected the offer. "Mayor Wen, I have no interest in expanding to SY County. Let's forget about this matter." Yue Zhong was enjoying his life as the leader of his own establishments. He was supporting 30,000 survivors and wasn't a single survivor on his own anymore. He wasn't willing to throw in with anyone and submit to their wishes and regulations. Chapter 253, Discussion. Chapter 0253, Discussion. Edited by. The Chinese were, by nature, people of orthodox means. Even in history, characters like Song Jiang and Zheng Zhilong, who were outlaws of their times, had made use of the opportunity to receive political amnesty. Wen Baohua had extended this means and absorbed a number of small powers around him, and this was the reason why he successfully rose in strength enough to be able to contend with Peng Mengde. https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/song_jiang https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/zheng_zhilong. Seeing that Yue Zhong had turned him down, Wen Baohua did not have too big a reaction. He simply smiled and said, "Since you're uninterested, it's fine. Yue Zhong, I would like to purchase 5,000 tons of rations from you, and I want to use 5,000 tons of steel to exchange with you." After the apocalypse, steel was an extremely useful resource as well. It could be used to manufacture blades, spears, arrows, steel barbed wires, steel lines, etc. that were helpful in the fight against zombies. 5,000 tons of steel was, after all, not a small sum. Yue Zhong Big Stone Town had a small steel factory as well. However, the small steel factory was limited by resources Its maximum output was about 6,000 tons before it had to stop production. It wasn't like the days of before, where one could purchase raw materials easily. However, humankind could triumph over every other species and become dominant was because humans were resourceful and intelligent. Those vehicles that could not be operated due to fuel issues were stripped down on orders from Guoyu. The important parts were kept well, while the rest of the steel were sent back to be melted down. That was why Yue Zhong wasn't in sore need of steel at the moment. Without batting an eye, Yue Zhong replied, "I can sell 5,000 tons of food to you, but I will require the survivor coins, system equipment, ammunition, mechanical lathe, cotton, sulfuric acid, and some other resources." The God and Devil system was the source of all enhancements, so with its equipment, Yue Zhong could quickly raise an entire army of enhancers. While the enhancer army might not be invincible, they were at least of a better physique compared to normal people and could tolerate/undergo tougher training. This would in turn lead to being better and stronger soldiers. When Baowu looked at Yue Zhong, his eyes narrowed. He could tell that this young man in front of him was formidable in many aspects other than war indeed. When the county's enhancers killed the zombies and mutant beasts with the system equipment, they of course managed to gain some survivor currency. It was just that there were no newbie villages. So obviously the survivor currency was considered useless. When Baowu possessed over 15,000 of them, yet could find absolutely no use for it. Yue Zhong shook his head. 1 point of survivor currency for 2 kilograms of rations. This time I brought along 5,000 tons of food, intending to conduct a trade here in SY County. Regardless of who the person is, as long as they are able to offer a price to my liking, I will sell to that person. I will only sell 5,000 tons, though, because I don't have any more. Rations were currently the most sought-after resource. After opening 2 huge granaries and the constant scouring, he only managed to scrape together about 17,000 tons of food. He was willing to take out 5,000 tons for an exchange, and this was already the largest consensus he could arrive at. He would not easily sell off his food. Previously, because he had to quell the insurgency, he hurriedly agreed to exchange 3,000 tons of rations for 300 jin of gold. Coupled with the fact that his strength wasn't sufficient, then he had chosen this option. Now that he gained control of his 2 established counties and had the total strength of 7 battalions of soldiers, his strength was vastly different. Naturally, his threshold had risen as well, and he could be firmer with his words. Be it before or after the apocalypse, the world had always worked on the fact that people with power would usually be tougher to deal with. Regardless of international relations or the relationship between 2 major powers, it was the unspoken general rule that most adhered to. The reason why Yue Zhong had only brought 5,000 tons to exchange was mostly due to the fact that he wasn't willing to part with his precious rations. At the same time, he harbored ill intents and wanted to see the major powers in SY County break up in an internal struggle for the food. When Baowu looked at Yue Zhong and smiled lightly, "All these administrative matters, let's have the subordinates handle them. This time I've invited you here to see the kind of person and hero that had saved countless survivors from the mouths of the zombies and mutant beasts. After seeing you, you are indeed, as the rumors say, and a lot more. Of this 5,000 tons, I hope to gain at least 1,000 tons of it." When Baowu wasn't a negotiator, although he did have people who were good in it under him. As long as he embarked on the first step, the actual negotiations could be left to his subordinates. Yue Zhong also expressed an extremely warm smile, but remained vehemently firm and said, "I'm willing to send you a gift of 1 ton of food as a sign of our friendship. At the same time, as long as you are able to present items that we need, the entire 5,000 tons of food can be sold to you with no problems." When Baowu saw that Yue Zhong was extremely close to his advances and did not pursue the matter, instead he smiled and said, "Since you have come from afar, why don't you go get some rest? We'll leave this matter for another time. Hopefully you'll enjoy yourself tonight. Farewell." Yue Zhong gave when Baowu a smile before rising and left. After Yue Zhong left, when Baowu closed his eyes in thought, as he picked up a stack of documents and pored over them carefully. The documents contained information on Yue Zhong. SY County was, after all, an official governing body. They had long sent someone to enter Yue Zhong's establishment and had been receiving information on him. As the leader of such an establishment, Yue Zhong was an important character, and all sorts of intelligence had been pouring into SY County. What a pity! We already missed the best chance to contain him. When Baowu looked through the report and saw that Yue Zhong had brought his men to Qingyuan County originally, only to be turned away by the Ice King, he sighed once again. This was the crucial turning point for Yue Zhong's actions. Prior to this, if Chun Jianfeng had sincerely made use of his position to welcome Yue Zhong, who knows, Yue Zhong might have long ago become a powerhouse for Qingyuan County. However, he had been forced out and established his own base. Thereafter, there would definitely be no chance to offer him political amnesty. Of course, he wouldn't want it anyway. Soon night fell, and a number of well-dressed aristocrats came trickling into the villa. At the location of the banquet, countless crystal lamps illuminated the huge hall, while the dignified-looking men and women proceeded to mingle around with red wine in their hands as they discussed the news in the city. A number of suave waiters and beautiful waitresses were walking around serving people. On the sides of the banquet hall, there were 2 long tables of food from all sorts of places, plates of seafood, mutated vegetables, and even meat from mutant beasts all laid out in full view. It gave a distinct impression that there was no apocalypse to worry about. Right at this time, a group of people wearing a variety of military uniforms, evening dresses, suits, white shirts, and even jeans walked into the hall with big strides. What a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins! These shoddily dressed people aroused the attention of the countless nobles hanging around, whose eyes all flashed with disdain. This group of people receiving the cold stares was precisely Yue Zhong and his people. Amongst Yue Zhong's special forces, their backgrounds were all complicated. There was even someone like Ji Qingwu who received a refined upbringing, yet she still did things her way. There was also Tong Xiaoyan from a common family background. There was the lowly Yao Yao who seemed to prefer nothing else but military wear and jeans. There were even 2 people who were farmers prior to the apocalypse and were upstarts themselves. This motley crew of mavericks had actually come together into Yue Zhong's special forces. The Special Operations Battalion only wore proper uniforms during times of mission and objectives, otherwise they would dress in whatever they liked. As they were the strongest of Yue Zhong's troops, they had a certain pride and character. What a feast! A number of the Special Operations warriors took one look at the various delicacies laid out and their eyes lit up before rushing forward like hungry wolves. Although the Special Operation Battalion received one of the best treatments amongst Yue Zhong's troops, chances to eat their fill at such events were rare. During times of the apocalypse, there was hardly a time when a soldier could just set his mind to eat such delicious foods without worrying about anything else. When those warriors made their moves, the rest of the Special Operation warriors did not linger beside Yue Zhong. They individually headed towards their favorite food and grabbed it before stuffing their faces, looking like a bunch of hungry ghosts. Yao Yao had activated her agility, and within the blink of an eye, she actually collected 3 plates of cakes for fishes and 2 fat crabs within her arms. Just as quickly, she started swallowing the cakes nearly whole. The whole, while she was maintaining a vigilant stare at the rest of the Special Operations warriors, as though she was a cheetah protecting her own meal. Other than Gu Zhixing, Ji Qingwu, Bai He, and a few other Special Forces members, the majority of them had already rushed up and were snatching the good stuff while shoveling food into their faces. This time, I've lost all face. Yue Zhong looked at his men who were acting like hungry ghosts as he sighed. Shaking his head, he walked over and directly grabbed a plate of cake and started relishing it. With regard to his Special Forces, as long as their leashes stayed on during important times, Yue Zhong didn't want to control them too much. The countless nobles looked on as the warriors Yue Zhong brought started to clear the food like hungry wolves. Their eyes were turning red as the amount of food dwindled at the speed of a tornado. This was, after all, a time of trouble. The people who were able to host such a lavish banquet were only when Baowu, Peng Mengde, and maybe the army itself. Even when Baowa, who was the second strongest power in SY County, could only host such a party at most once or twice a month, and it was already impressive. Most other parties had no means of organizing such a party, nor could they afford to be so extravagant with their food. The difference was that even all these distinguished guests had attended the banquet with the intention of having a great feast as well. However, because they valued their face and pride, they all put on a refined and well-mannered front. They were even only taking bits and pieces at times to show their culture. How could you guys be like this? Isn't this too uncouth? When Pei Shan arrived in front of Yue Zhong, she was bedecked in a red dress with a plunging neckline, various jewelry, and even wearing a pink headband. She looked extremely gorgeous, yet was annoyed at Yue Zhong and his troops' behavior. Open your mouth. Yue Zhong had just cut out a slice of cake and was using a fork to feed it to Tong Xiaoyan as he smiled. Tong Xiaoyan's face was currently flushed, and she wolfed it down in a single bite. The flavor exploded, and her taste buds were overpowered by the sweetness. How are we unbecoming? Miss One? Yue Zhong was in a good mood, and just turned his head to question when Pei Shan. He turned only to find that there were 6 people by her side. Of these 6, 4 looked pretty ordinary while the 2 others were extreme beauties. One of them had a doll face, a petite figure, and her skin was extremely fair. These gave her a cute vibe overall, coupled with a stunning, clear gaze. The other beauty had a voluptuous figure, her skin also fair, yet her expression seemed as though she wanted to rebel. When Pei Shan replied angrily, "With the way you guys are eating, all the food will be eaten and there will be none for the guests." Yue Zhong glanced at Wen Pei Shan before saying indifferently, "This is a banquet after all. Everyone should help themselves. What are we doing wrong by eating our fill? If they want to eat, just go ahead and take it. If the food is not enough, and they didn't eat their fill, then it's the host's fault for not preparing enough." "You're shameless." When Pei Shan was furious and her face flushed red. She had never come across such a shameless person before. A guest who went into someone else's banquet and dared to eat without restraint, while criticizing the host for not having ample preparations. Right at this time, a suave gentleman in a suit and holding a glass of wine walked over, looking at Yue Zhong with an extremely haughty expression and saying coldly, "Where are you from, you country bumpkin? This is not a place for people like you, without etiquette. Get out." When Pei Shan took a look at the handsome gentleman whose background was influential, and she frowned. This young man was called Lu Chengwang, and he was the second young master of the Lu family in SY County. He was also well known for being arrogant and despotic. He was currently chasing her without restraints, and had obviously come over to make a scene and to show himself. Behind Lu Qingwang were a few other young men who were respective young masters of their own household. They looked at Yue Zhong, their faces filled with ridicule. They wanted to join up and humiliate Yue Zhong thoroughly, just because he had a few beauties by his side and was currently infuriating the princess of SY County. The 2 beauties next to Wen Pei Shan also locked their gazes on Yue Zhong, wanting to see how he was going to handle the situation. Yue Zhong coldly gazed at Lu Chengwang and spoke, "Kneel." Lu Chengwang heard those words, and his eyes flashed with an icy gleam as he reached out to slap Yue Zhong. "Kneel? Your words are sure big. You dare to make me kneel. Seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the difference between I, your master, and you." Chapter 254. I am Yue Zhong. Chapter 0254. I am Yue Zhong. Edited by. Lu Qingwang had just raised his hands when Cheng Yu, who was standing beside Yue Zhong, shot forward like an arrow, raising his own hand and grabbed Lu Qingwang's hands before forcefully applying strength and twisting Lu Qingwang's arms behind his back. His next move was kicking out twice at his knee, forcing Lu Qingwang to kneel down in a humiliating manner. Lu Qingwang found that he had been forced to kneel in such a manner, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Do you know who I am? I am Lu family's second young master, Lu Qingwang. SY County's top expert Lu Tianzong is my brother. You dare to touch me, my brother will definitely not let you off. Let go of young Master Lu. I'm going to get Master Lu Tianzong." If you don't want to live in SY County any longer, you can kill him anyways. All the young masters behind, Lu Qingwang immediately stepped forward and issued threats. One of the elite soldiers called Kong Wei suddenly exploded forwards, and with a single kick, he sent one of the young masters flying through the air, hitting a table and causing screams. Song Wen's gaze also flashed with a murderous intent as he shot forward like an arrow, grabbing one of the young master's head, before harshly kneeing him in the face, causing his nose to spontaneously erupt blood. Another 3 of the warriors stepped out, and with just a move, they forced the remaining 3 young masters to sprawl on the floor, grabbing onto their heads and presenting them like dogs to Yue Zhong. Song Wen smacked his lips, with his eyes radiated an intense battle lust, as he laughed coldly and said, "Commander Yu, do you want them dead?" Song Wen was a murderer prior to the apocalypse. After joining Yue Zhong's troops, he had always fought valiantly and was extremely used to killing enemies without hesitation. Killing these soft, rich men's sons wasn't an issue to him. The Special Forces not only had to deal with zombies, they also were in charge of special missions to clear some troublesome characters. Every single warrior had blood on their hands. Human lives were not important to them. "Don't kill me. I'm sorry. Don't kill me." Feeling the intense, murderous intent from Song Wen, the 5 young masters who were originally extremely arrogant were frightened out of their wits and started pleading for mercy. "My brother is Lu Tianzong. You won't be able to kill me. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape from SY County's government." Lu Qingwang was honestly terrified by the ruthless measures of Song Wen and the rest, and his face was white while he trembled as he tried to threaten Yue Zhong again. SY County was protective of these important characters, and Lu Qingwang was banking on the fact that SY County would not forgive Yue Zhong if he committed murder. Yue Zhong stared at Lu Qingwang and laughed coldly. "I am Yue Zhong, Ningguang County's Yue Zhong. If your brother Lu Tianzong or your entire Lu family wants to challenge me, I will welcome them with open arms." Yue Zhong. Upon hearing this name, Lu Qingwang involuntarily shuddered and his heart went cold. This person was someone his dad had specifically warned him not to provoke under any circumstance. The monster from Ningguang County in front of him had casually executed over 100 people and laughed while tossing a person to be eaten alive by zombies. If this madman was to kill him, his Lu family might even have to apologize for his behavior. Yue Zhong was a scary existence that even the army did not want to offend. Lu Qingwang immediately bowed his head as he apologized profusely without regards for his image and pride. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I didn't recognize you and had offended you. Please have mercy on us and let us off." Lu Qingwang was usually arrogant and despotic towards people he deemed weaker than himself. However, if he met someone who was stronger, his attitude would take a 180-degree turn. If he had offended them, he would immediately apologize and lower his head, as he knew he could not afford to make an enemy out of Yue Zhong for his family. "This time, I'll overlook it. Release them." Yue Zhong waved his hand. Song Wen and the rest released their grip on the 6 young males. Amongst the 5 other young masters, not all of them had heard of Yue Zhong's fame. However, they knew that since Lu Qingwang, one of the biggest young masters in SY County, had actually bowed down to this person, he naturally could not be offended. 4 of them immediately excused themselves abashedly, leaving behind Lu Qingwang and the other member of the group who stood to the side. What a brute! Seeing how Yue Zhong had overcome Lu Qingwang and his lackeys by overwhelming force, the doll-like girl Zhang Pei had a look of disgust in her eyes. She detested those who forced others into submission like Yue Zhong. Brute? This person is heroic and valiant. In such chaotic times, only these type of characters can get the important things done. The other beauty with the attractive figure, Tai Yin, was currently licking her sexy lips. Her eyes stared fixedly at Yue Zhong without blinking. After Lu Qingwang received his just rewards, he did not slink away with embarrassment. Instead, he actually worked up the courage and nerve to ask Yue Zhong, albeit with respect this time. "Brother Yue Zhong, My father had always been in awe of you and hopes to invite you to our mansion as a guest. I'm not sure when will be a good time. While Lu Qingwang might be arrogant and trample over others, he wasn't a good-for-nothing as well. He switched his attitude at the first sign and took the initiative to lower himself while extending a gesture of goodwill to Yue Zhong. SY County was, after all, in the midst of a power struggle. Since Yue Zhong was here to engage in a large trade of rations, the Lu family naturally wanted a part of it. Yue Zhong glanced at Lu Qingwang before saying indifferently, "Let's talk about this another time." Yue Zhong wasn't familiar with SY County, and he needed to find some allies in here. Although he was reluctant to engage in clash with the army that possessed proper troops, he was envious of the abundant resource SY County had: trained people. During the times of apocalypse, trained people were the most precious resource. With enough capable people, an establishment could quickly grow and develop. This time, Yue Zhong wanted to see if he could use a peaceful method to pull some specialized people over from SY County. Under this kind of scenario, the more allies he had in SY County, the better it would be. At the same time, Yue Zhong had to maintain a strong and unshakable front. He absolutely could not reveal any signs of weakness. The stronger he is, the more parties that will be willing to work with him. Vice versa, if he is perceived to be weaker, then there will be more people who might make use of the chances to stab him in the back. When Pei Shan, looking at Lu Qingwang's behavior, was repulsed, and she didn't hide it as she immediately berated him. "Lu Qingwang, you're no man." Lu Qingwang looked at Wen Pei Shan with a complicated gaze, but as he tore his eyes away, he did not give another look towards the girl that he used to like very much. Compared to the importance of his Lu family, Wen Pei Shan was just a girl, and the priorities were clear to him. Even if he did not succeed in wooing Wen Pei Shan, Lu Qingwang could still go for other girls. Right now, in SY County, whoever had food had the power to mess with a few girls, and it wouldn't be a problem at all. Without the Lu family, Lu Qingwang might have been a beggar for all he knew. Not a man. Tai Yin looked at Lu Qingwang's performance and laughed coldly as well. Zheng Pei frowned and came to Lu Qingwang's defense. That wasn't Qingwang's fault. If you want to blame Yue Zhong. If he wasn't so adamant about going against him, Qingwang wouldn't have become like this. Just as men liked beauties, ladies were drawn to suave and charming guys. Lu Qingwang was in fact good-looking and knew how to maintain his complexion. Even a number of young idols could not compare to him. He was considered an eligible bachelor, and the women who liked him were numerous, Zheng Pei included. Zhou Yanxue. The huge star Zhou Yanxue is here. Right at this moment, the banquet guests started to buzz with excitement as an incredibly beautiful and attractive woman walked into the hall. Dressed in a purple dress with a plunging neckline, her figure extremely sexy, her age about 23. She had a head of black long hair, abundant curves in front and behind, and was walking with elegance. This was precisely Zhou Yanxue. Right beside her was a fair-skinned, tall, and well-built man, with an air of dignity and confidence. The handsome gentleman walking beside the beauty painted the picture of a golden couple, as they became the center of attention. Songwen looked at the absolute beauty Zhou Yanxue, as a look of lust appeared on his face, while licking his lips, and said, "That must be the celebrity Zhou Yanxue. She's really exquisite. If I could just sleep with her for one night, my whole life is worth it." Lu Qingwang was after all SY County's native, as he pointed out the identities of Zhou Yanxue and her partner. That is precisely Zhou Yanxue. Beside her is the well-known flower boy Su Tianyang. He is the son of Su Dongming, who happens to be one of the 5 big heads within SY County's army. With him around, no one dares to approach Zhou Yanxue. If you dare to touch her, it's equivalent to going against the army. The might of the SY County army was indeed terrifying. Yue Zhong also did not want to provoke them for no reason. He carefully observed Zhou Yanxue and could not help but admit she was extremely attractive. Even within his circle, the only comparable person in terms of looks and aura was Zhu Yadong. Guiyu, Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu were beauties in their own right, but their overall package could not compare to the women who had reached perfection in their prime, like Yue Zhong and Zhou Yanxue. One by one, members of the party stepped up to engage in conversation with Su Tianyang and Zhou Yanxue. While it was an honor to engage in small talk with a celebrity such as Zhou Yanxue, most of the people were actually more interested in forging good relationships with Su Tianyang. After all, he was backed by one of the 5 heads in the army. Each and every move of his could affect plenty of lives. Tong Xiaoyan rushed up in front of Zhou Yanxue excitedly and called out, "Miss Zhou Yanxue, I'm a huge fan. Can I get an autograph?" "Of course, little sister." Zhou Yanxue was used to the adoring gazes of her fans, and had seen her fair share of fangirls. She revealed an extremely charming smile as she received the paper from Tong Xiaoyan and proceeded to sign her autograph. Chapter 255, Ambush by the Dark Crows. Chapter 0255, Ambush by the Dark Crows. Lu Qingwang had come forward to introduce Su Tianyang and Yue Zhong. "Tianyang, let me introduce this person to you. This is Ningguang County's Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, this is Su Tianyang's second young master Su." "Yue Zhong." Su Tianyang frowned as he looked at Yue Zhong before coldly saying, "Yue Zhong, you have come a plead for amnesty, right? If you are willing to surrender to the SY County Army, I can help put in some words for you and let you become a squad commander. If you still want to hesitate and drag this matter longer, once the army reaches your Ningguang County, it will only result in your death." SY County had many different characters hanging out together, each of them with unique temperaments. Different powerhouses treated Yue Zhong differently. Yue Zhong glanced at Su Tianyang coldly and replied with, "I'm waiting for your army to come. If you have the guts, you best lead the army yourself. At that time, I'll let you experience who will be buried." Even though Yue Zhong was reluctant to clash against the army, if the army took the initiative to launch an assault, he would definitely not back down and thoroughly wipe out the enemy troops. The 7 battalions under Yue Zhong have all went through some sort of warfare. 3 of them could be considered having enough battle prowess that surpasses the army soldiers. The remaining 4 also did not consist of cowards that ran at the first sign of trouble. These battalions were Yue Zhong's trump cards, and even if SY County were to come on strong, he would reply back with a lot more ferocity. At this point, the conversation between Su Tianyang and Yue Zhong had come to an icy halt. A few of the Special Forces warriors came beside Yue Zhong and stared at Su Tianyang coldly. After expansion, the 36-man Special Forces Battalion possessed enhancers that were all above level 26, each of them experts at utilizing different skills. If it came down to using them, with just their battalion, they could set in motion a wave of carnage nobody would forget. Su Tianyang's words had just come out, and he was immediately rebuked by Yue Zhong, followed by the cold stares of Yue Zhong's warriors. This led him to be in a difficult situation. He did not want to continue, but he could not back down for fear of his face. He had always been direct and overbearing, but because the army's influence and power was huge, no one dared say anything back. This was the first time he had actually faced a retort. It must be made clear that the army was SY County's strongest force currently, and most of the smaller powers would rather throw their weight in with the army. Just being the commander of a small squad was an incredible position, and it was more attractive than being part of the government. Zhou Yanxue walked right towards them at this moment, with a hint of fragrance about her, as she spoke in a charming voice. "Master Su, Master Yu, it is time for me to perform. Can I trouble the 2 of you to give me face and shelve your disputes while listening to my songs? On account of Zhou Yanxue, I won't pursue this matter." With the chance to step down, Su Tianyang hurriedly told Yue Zhong off with a cold look. The army was still unprepared to wage war on Yue Zhong. Su Tianyang had just used some words to probe Yue Zhong. If Yue Zhong had shown some weakness, he would have bank on that to increase the pressure on Yue Zhong. He didn't expect Yue Zhong to retaliate so strongly, making things difficult for him. Yue Zhong replied indifferently, "On account of Miss Zhou, this matter shall be overlooked. Since the army possessed huge strength, Yue Zhong did not want to go against them so fast. Even if he used all his means, it would only result in a tragic win, and if he lost, then everything will be for naught. Watching the two headstrong men back down with their pride intact, Zhou Yanxue lightly smiled before she walked towards the stage. The moment she stepped on the stage, the guests quietened down. Under the shine of the stage lights, Zhou Yanxue looked stunning and beautiful beyond compare. Su Tianyang, whose mood was low after the verbal exchange with Yue Zhong, upon seeing Zhou Yanxue, his eyes lit up with passion. He had seen many women and played around with countless beauties, but someone like Zhou Yanxue he had never been with. He also truly fell in love with Zhou Yanxue. That was why he did not make use of his background to force himself on her. Prior to the apocalypse, Su Tianyang did not even have the qualifications to woo Zhou Yanxue. But after the apocalypse, if he was willing to provoke and offend some of the SY County's powerhouse, he could still have his way with Zhou Yanxue. On that stage, Zhou Yanxue broke into her song with an extremely captivating voice. Her voice was like the flow of water from a clear spring, trickling into the audience's hearts, washing and cleansing their state of minds. Every single member of the audience was thoroughly enamored by Zhou Yanxue's voice, their expressions drunk. Tong Xiaoyun was currently moved beyond words, as teardrops flowed from her eyes. Ji Qingwu had closed her eyes and was quietly appreciating the beautiful music. As she was brought up and learned in culture, she could not help but admit that Zhou Yanxue's voice was truly beautiful. Even Yue Zhong, who did not know a single thing about music, felt that her voice was amazing. The moment the song came to an end, the applause was like thunder. Every member of the audience could not help but praise Zhou Yanxue. As Zhou Yanxue stood on the stage, she looked at the men and women below with a hint of fatigue. Before the apocalypse, as she had a family background that was not simple, even if people coveted her, they would not dare show it. But after the apocalypse, since there were no news of her family, all those people who had designs on her started to show up. If it wasn't for the fact that she mingled with the top brass of society, who checked each other, she might have become a canary in captivity. Yanxue, great work. Su Tianyang saw Zhou Yanxue coming down from the stage, and he walked towards her with a charming smile. I should just choose him. At least he's young, and he has a good family background, and he should be true to me. Zhou Yanxue looked at the good-looking Su Tianyang walking towards her, and her heart skipped a beat. Although Su Tianyang wasn't the best man out there, compared to the smelly old man, she was at least more receptive towards this young man who had a promising future and some strength. Right at this time, all of a sudden, a piercing alarm sounded out across the entire SY County. In the next moment, within the compound, countless glass shattered and numerous mutant birds with black feathers, beaks 20 centimeters long, huge claws with 5 centimeters talons rushed in. Level 16 mutant beast, Dark Crow. It likes to attack during the dark of the night. It is ferocious and extremely hostile. As soon as Yue Zhong saw the Dark Crows, his eyes filled up with the information from a system. The moment the Dark Crows broke through the windows, they started an attacking frenzy on various guests. One Dark Crow flapped its wings and became a ray of black light that shot toward the man in a suit, before clawing viciously and pecked a huge bloody hole in his head with ferocity. It then proceeded to feast on the blood and brain matter with gusto. One by one, the Dark Crows chased the various guests in the villa, plunging the people into chaos. These people were the elites of society and had never faced a mutant beast in combat before. Facing the sudden assault of these level 16 mutant beasts, they naturally lost all composure and fighting spirit. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Yanxue and Su Tianyang were currently trying to escape together, when suddenly, a Dark Crow flew towards Zhou Yanxue's direction. Zhou Yanxue let out a desperate cry towards Su Tianyang. Help me! Tianyang, help me! Su Tianyang shuddered, before a resolute glint appeared in his eyes as he pushed Zhou Yanxue forward, directly into the path of the Dark Crow. Once the Dark Crow had its fill, it naturally would leave Su Tianyang alone. Although he liked Zhou Yanxue a lot, he valued his own little life a lot more. When Zhou Yanxue was pushed in this manner by Su Tianyang, a hint of disbelief and desolation could be seen in her eyes. Not long ago, he had sworn to love her and protect her, wanting to marry her, and only death till they part. Who knew at this time of crisis, he didn't save her, instead pushing her further to the impending grasp of death, turning her heart into dead ash. The speed of the Dark Crow was extremely fast. In a few seconds it had appeared in front of Zhou Yanxue, with its claws outstretched and aiming at her shoulders. As long as it grabbed her shoulders with a single peck, one of the world's greatest beauty would die, just like any other human being. Right when Zhou Yanxue had lost all hope, with a flash of a blade, the Dark Crow was instantly sliced in two, fresh blood splattering on Zhou Yanxue. Having escaped certain death, Zhou Yanxue looked towards the owner of the blade with glistening eyes and saw the back of Yue Zhong as he waved his dark magic blade around, killing the Dark Crow's left, right, center. As she looked at Yue Zhong, her eyes had a strange gleam as her heart grew complicated. So it is you. During this time, only he could be relied on. Help! Help! When Pei Shan watched her friends getting pecked to death by the Dark Crows, as she cried out while crouching on the floor. It was just that everyone was frantically escaping for their lives. Therefore, no one could care less about when Pei Shan, this princess. Amongst the Dark Crows circling in the air, one of them suddenly dove down towards Wen Pei Shan, and she was so terrified that her body trembled uncontrollably as a yellow liquid ran down her fair legs. This pretty flower had actually been frightened to the point she lost control of herself. As the Dark Crow came in front of her eyes, with a flash of a blade, that Dark Crow was cut in two. Pei Shan lifted her head and discovered the killer of the Dark Crow was precisely the Yue Zhong that she hated. Don't leave me. Please, don't leave me behind. Just as Yue Zhong turned to leave and kill another Dark Crow, when Pei Shan grabbed onto his shirt and was sobbing her heart out, pleading profusely. Chapter 256, Zhou Yanxue's Confession. Chapter 0256, Zhou Yanxue's Confession. The No One Fan. When Pei Shan had always been in the protection of her father. Even before the apocalypse set in and zombies walked the face of the earth, she had never witnessed the deaths of other people personally. This time she was truly scared out of her wits, and she grabbed Yue Zhong's shirt tightly and didn't let go. Yue Zhong only glanced at Wen Pei Shan before saying, "Follow me closely, or I can't guarantee your survival." After all, a person's background might play an important role at any time. If Wen Pei Shan was just a normal girl, Yue Zhong wouldn't mind her too much, at least not enough to risk his own hide to save her. However, she was Wen Baoguo's daughter. If Yue Zhong wanted to do anything in SY County, he needed to work together with some major powers and forge good, lasting relationships. When Pei Shan grabbed Yue Zhong's clothes tightly, as she suppressed her shame and embarrassment at remembering all her prior words, following closely behind him. When Pei Shan's close friend Tai Yin was also trying to escape amidst the chaos. As she ran, she saw just ahead someone she knew was pecked to death right in front of her eyes, the bird beak easily slamming through the person's forehead. In response, her body numbed and her bowels clenched, her heart thumping heavily, icy fear slithering through her veins. Fleeing even faster, she caught sight of Yue Zhong, and at that moment, her eyes were filled with a strange relief as she hurried over frantically shouting, "Help! Help!" Two dive-bombing Dark Crows shot towards Tai Yin like arrows, forcing Yue Zhong to wave his sword in successive swings, instantly killing the two Dark Crows, fresh blood and fluffy gore splattering on ground. Tai Yin took the chance to immediately throw herself into Yue Zhong's arms, a heavy scent of perfume wafting into his nose, and squirmed seductively, crying out somewhat fearfully, "I'm so afraid." When Pei Shan looked at Tai Yin currently in Yue Zhong's embrace, and her heart felt a little sour. It was strangely as though something precious of hers was stolen by someone else. Follow me closely. Yue Zhong did not have the time or heart to console Tai Yin, this little vixen, as he pushed her away and strode forward once more. After Tai Yin was pushed out of Yue Zhong's embrace, she followed behind him tightly. It seemed that right now, amidst the chaos, the safest place to be was by Yue Zhong's side. The celebrity Zhou Yanxue had also silently come along and was following behind. She was not a fool and was clear that following Yue Zhong was the safest choice. Save me! Save me! Zhang Pei was trapped in the chaos, and she unconsciously made her way towards Lu Qingwang while pleading loudly. However, Lu Qingwang's speed of escaping was fast. Even with the loud shouting of Zhang Pei, he pretended not to hear her. Amidst the chaos, a man from behind ran forward and knocked Zhang Pei to the ground. The people behind didn't notice the living person beneath their feet as they just proceeded to violently stamp and smash their way over her in a mad dash to escape. Just as she was about to be stomped to her death, the people dispersed and escaped towards other directions. The print-riddled half-corpse of Zhang Pei could hardly be in a worse condition. A number of the dark crows were currently flying over, and like arrows, shot down on top of their shoulders, leading with their sharp beaks to peck holes in the runners' heads. One of the dark crows also turned into a streak of black lightning that shot towards Zhang Pei, who could only helplessly cough up blood from her pitiful place on the floor. There was a look of fear written in her eyes as she watched her own death soar, nearer on silent wings. Just at this moment, there was a flash of blade light, and the dark crow was savagely chopped into two halves, saving Zhang Pei's life. Zhang Pei glanced at whomever might be her savior, only to discover that it was precisely the barbarian whom she had greatly despised not all that long ago. Right at this time, Tai Yin, who was standing beside Yue Zhong, saw the heavily injured Zhang Pei, who had been trampled over a dozen times. She immediately walked over and helped Zhang Pei up, supporting her as she asked anxiously, Pei, are you all right? Although Tai Yin and Zhang Pei had different personalities, they shared close family backgrounds and had been best friends ever since they were young. Both of them were very close with each other. Upon seeing that Zhang Pei had received heavy injuries, Tai Yin truly felt anxious in her heart. As she coughed up blood, Zhang Pei, whose baby face had fear written all over, held tightly on a Tai Yin's small hand and cried as she said, Ian, I'm almost dead. I don't want to die. After her delicate body had been trampled over by a dozen people, Zhang Pei had already received heavy injuries. If she didn't receive emergency medical treatment, the only remaining road for her would be the unknown trail of death. Tai Yin held back the tears in her beautiful eyes as she said, Pei, hold on, you will be all right. I will call a doctor for you very soon. I will definitely find someone to nurse you back to health. A gruff voice ruined the painful of somewhat nauseatingly emotional moment. Apply one bag externally and also take one bag orally. Let her consume one bag first. Then support her as you come along with me. Right when Tai Yin and Zhang Pei were both starting to tear up, Yue Zhong tossed two medicine bags containing the life-saving grass powder into Tai Yin's hands. Upon receiving the medicine bags, Tai Yin only glanced at Yue Zhong before tearing open one of the bags without any hesitation and pouring the medicinal contents into Zhang Pei's mouth. The life-saving grass powder possessed miraculous curing effects. Once Zhang Pei had swallowed it, her incredibly pale face finally regained some of its color, and soon after, she also stopped coughing up blood. What a miraculous medicine! Exactly how many secrets are still hidden on him? As she watched Zhang Pei's rapid recovery, Tai Yin felt a slight shock in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she carried Zhang Pei as she followed behind Yue Zhong. Right at this moment, Zhou Yanxue walked up to Tai Yin's side and revealed a beautiful smile as she said, I'll help you. Thank you, Sister Yanxue. Tai Yin instantly gained a favorable impression of Zhou Yanxue. It was truly too exhausting for her to carry Zhang Pei by herself, so having an extra person to help out was the best right now. When Pei Shan continued following Yue Zhong tightly. Earlier, she was truly frightened, and even though Tai Yin and Zheng Pei were supposed to be her good friends, their relationship with her was just that, good friends. During such a time of crisis, she was willing to only stay by Yue Zhong's side. It made her feel more safe. The entire banquet had been thrown into chaos, yet Yue Zhong's Special Combat Battalion had not lost their composure. They gathered in small units of 4, supporting one another, as they each utilized their skills and abilities to take out the Dark Crows. While half of them acted, there was another group of them that stayed still, calmly observed, and reported the surroundings. There were currently more enemies than allies in SY County. They naturally would preserve their strengths, so as to be ready to retreat anytime. Although only half of the warriors from the Special Combat Battalion deployed, the Dark Crows were still unable to resist the warriors' attacks, as they were killed off one by one. When the other guests of the banquet saw that the Special Combat Battalion had made their move, they started to move towards them, hiding behind this group of warriors whom they had just despised as barbarians. Yue Zhong was like a wedgestone that stood at the front of the group. As any frenzied Dark Crow flew over, they would only see a flash of a blade, and if flying particularly fast after they were split down the middle, they would fly apart into large pieces with a light spattering of blood across his chest with each kill. Although Yue Zhong had not received any pointers on swordplay from any great masters, after being tempered through many difficult battles, his swordplay had now become extremely tyrannical in nature. The specialty of his swordplay was that it was both fast and accurate. With his agility that was around 80 at its base, he could casually send out 3 slashes in just 1 second. At his fastest, he could even send out 5 attacks. The Dark Crows had just flown up to him when they were engulfed in blade light and chopped into 2 halves. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwu stood in support beside Yue Zhong. Her swordplay was greatly superior to Yue Zhong's. Every one of her attacks displayed both elegance and power, and she did not waste any strength in her movements whatsoever. Any Dark Crow that flew within her range would immediately see only her sword, before falling from the sky lifelessly. Little Yao Yao also made use of her agility-based advantage by constantly flitting in and out of the action, killing the Dark Crows at the same time. Under the consistent killing of the Special Combat Battalion, within the entire hall, there were no more casualties. However, Yue Zhong's group had a few people, while there seemed to be no end to the number of Dark Crows which kept flying into the hall through the broken windows. They continuously surrounded Yue Zhong, his team, and the group of helpless guests. If this continued on, Yue Zhong would also not be able to hold on. The guests, who formed a huge part of the upper echelons of the remaining society, were currently watching the scene with pale faces and hearts filled with fear. They knew that this group of warriors under Yue Zhong could not possibly maintain their intensity. In a moment, they felt everyone would die under the assault of these Dark Crows. After the battle went on for another 5 minutes, sounds of concentrated fire rang from the outside areas. Reinforcements! We're saved! It's the reinforcements, oh, thank God! Hearing the constant brat-tat-tat of gunfire, the distinguished guests immediately let out whoops of delight. As long as reinforcements arrived, their lives were surely saved. This particular villa was, after all, the property of Wenbaohua, who was the number 2 in SY County. Its defense was naturally thick. Not only were there experts who were personally commanded by Wenbaohua, there was even a force of 200 soldiers who were fully equipped with modern weaponry. This time, the reason that the reinforcements had arrived a little slower than expected was because the experts had all went to protect Wenbaohua first, while the special group of 200 soldiers had also come under attack from the Dark Crows at the same time. That was why they arrived late. This group of soldiers under Wenbaohua could also be considered strong, coupled with the fact they were, of course, amply equipped. Every soldier had the latest 0.5 submachine gun, and the moment they entered the fray, under the concentrated barrage of bullets, numerous Dark Crows fell from the sky like rain, pouring down to the earth in various degrees of solidity with a sickening series of splat noises. These mutant birds, Dark Crows, also possessed a fast speed, plus their attack power was high, yet they had typically weak defenses. The moment they were hit by a bullet, they would lose their combat ability and had no way of defending against the attacks from the special forces. After losing nearly 2,000 of their comrades, the flock of dark crows finally could not withstand the attacks and retreated swiftly. Shan, are you all right? The moment the dark crows retreated, when Bao arrived, under the protection of 7 experts, and the first thing he did was to find his own precious daughter as he asked around worriedly. When Pei Shan replied with an expression of fear, "Dad, I'm fine. This time, I was saved by Yue Zhong. Without him, I would really have died already." When Bao looked towards Yue Zhong before nodding slightly, "Yue Zhong, I must thank you for saving my daughter this time." Yue Zhong knew he had gained the trust of one of the stronger powers in SY County. Although it wouldn't matter much when it came to the bigger matters, he would still be able to move around SY County without too many problems. Yue Zhong lightly smiled and replied courteously, "It wasn't much, it's what anybody would have done." Yue Zhong could offend when Pei Shan without a care, but he wouldn't just go out his way to provoke other people and reject their kind intentions without a reason. "I'll be leaving first. Yue Zhong, thanks for saving me. I will find you tomorrow, and let's hang out. I know SY County very well." When Pei Shan came in front of Yue Zhong and broke into an extremely lovable smile towards this man whom she had despised not too long ago, before immediately turning and walking away. Although she wanted to stay behind, she could still feel the dampness which reminded her of her embarrassing accident earlier. Tai Yin came to Yue Zhong's side with her perfume trailing behind her and kissed him furiously on both cheeks as she smiled sweetly and said, "Yue Zhong, I am Tai Yin. The first kiss was for saving me. The second kiss was for saving Pei Pei. From today onwards, we're good friends. I'll find you soon for some fun." After that, she also turned around and left with 2 people carrying Zhang Pei Pei. Su Tianyang brought 2 bear-like experts from the military and walked toward Zhou Yanxue as he spoke tenderly. "Yanxue, are you all right? Earlier, when I saw you in danger, I was really worried. Come, let's go back." Su Tianyang knew that his actions earlier must have hurt Zhou Yanxue deeply, and it would be extremely difficult to win her heart again. Therefore, he decided to possess her body. With her beauty and demeanor, keeping her by his side as his companion was more for face than anything else. The 2 experts were Su Tianyang's subordinates who killed at his orders, and he decided that even if it came to force, he would have Zhou Yanxue today. Zhou Yanxue took a look at the handsome Su Tianyang and realized that her past good feelings about him had disappeared only to be replaced by vehemence and disgust. She felt the man in front of her was extremely fake, vicious, and cold, even worse than the smelly old men that she hated. Zhou Yanxue took big strides and walked towards Yue Zhong before saying seriously, "Yue Zhong, I like you, and I hope to be your girlfriend." Zhou Yanxue actually asked out a guy of her own accord. That Yue Zhong is such a lucky bastard. What courage! She actually confessed in front of so many people. She really has guts. It's so romantic, too romantic. Seeing Zhou Yanxue confessing to Yue Zhong of her own accord, the entire hall was in an uproar. Prior to the apocalypse, she was a huge celebrity, and even after the world was plunged into chaos, she retained her star status and fans, and was the goddess of many guys. This perfect woman had actually taken the initiative to confess to Yue Zhong. It was too shocking for everyone present. Ji Qingwu saw the dauntless actions and the confession from Zhou Yanxue, and she trembled outwardly, while a complicated gleam appeared in her eyes. Chapter 257, Intel. Chapter 0257, Intel. The No One Fan. Tong Xiaoyun looked towards the absolutely beautiful Zhou Yanxue, noticing her eyes had a strange gleam. "Don't tell me I'll have to share my husband with an idol." In the banquet hall, countless envious and jealous gazes from the many men were piercing Yue Zhong like knives. If looks could kill, Yue Zhong would have died countless times over. Under the envious gazes, the main character of the confession, Yue Zhong, actually frowned. He did not believe he had the charm to incite Zhou Yanxue to confess in front of so many people. Su Tianyang saw the girl of his longtime affection actually confessing to another guy in public and felt like someone had gave him a tight slap. His expression turned extremely steely. Su Tianyang stepped forward with a frozen expression as he coldly ordered, "Yanxue, you must have been frightened badly. Follow me back to recuperate, okay? Go bring Miss Yanxue back. She's tired," he said as gave the orders to his men. Hearing those orders, the two bulky military experts immediately stepped forward toward Zhou Yanxue. Su Tianyang was determined to use force. Zhou Yanxue's face turned pale as she stepped forward and lowered her head towards Yue Zhong's ear. Her subtle flowery fragrance softly wisped sound him as she said softly, "I know all about the powers of SY, Kuni like the back of my hand. As long as you protect me, I'm willing to tell you everything and be your woman." During these turbulent times, other than some exceptional women who relied on their own strengths, the rest who did not have any background could only rely on strong people. Zhou Yanxue's influential family had disappeared with no news. She still remained free of captivity because she was a celebrity, and the few powers that lusted after her were keeping each other in check. Now, it was evident that Su Tianyang was about to offend some of them with his intention to forcefully take her. Hence, she could only rely on Yue Zhong. As Yue Zhong smelled the fragrance from Zhou Yanxue's body and heard her words, his heart was moved. Waving his hands, he signaled two of his special combat warriors to step out and block the two military experts. The two military experts had just rushed forward only to come face to face with the two special combat soldiers, causing their eyes flashed with a complicated gleam. The military men could feel an extremely oppressive aura from their bodies. It was just as apparent that they had definitely seen blood, and many must have lost their lives at their hands. Su Tianyang looked at the two warriors under Yue Zhong who were blocking his own, and his face turned an even uglier color. Calming down outwardly, he spoke out sensibly, "Zhang Lai, Niu Jin, stand down." Although Su Tianyang had utmost confidence in his own experts, Yue Zhong had too many experts on his side. If they really made a move, his side would be at a disadvantage. Su Tianyang steeled himself impressively and then spewed out words threateningly. "Yue Zhong, Zhou Yanxue is my girlfriend. You actually want to split us apart and steal her? If you return her to me, we can still be friends. In SY County, whoever is my friend can get to enjoy tons of benefits. As for my enemies, they have been wiped off the face of the earth." Yue Zhong cocked his eyebrows at Su Tianyang and reached out to wrap his arms around Zhou Yanxue's extremely flexible waist as he coldly laughed. "Yanxue, is he your boyfriend?" "No, he has always been pursuing me. However, I don't see anything in him. It seems it's just his wishful thinking." Zhou Yanxue laughed seductively at Yue Zhong, her words cutting deeply at Su Tianyang's heart. Zhou Yanxue had always been someone amicable to everybody, but now she was extremely clear that she had to dissolve all relations with Su Tianyang and gave all her attention to Yue Zhong. Only then could she be valued on the level she desired. As for offending the powerful Su family in SY County, she could care less. Good, good, good. Yue Zhong, today's humiliation. I will return it in the future." Su Tianyang's expression had turned extremely ugly, and his gaze was like that of a venomous snake staring at Yue Zhong and Zhou Yanxue. Abruptly, he turned around and left with his two henchmen in tow. When Baoguo came to Yue Zhong's side and reminded him, "Yue Zhong, Su Tianyang is a really vengeful person. Thus you must be careful." Su Tianyang had intended to take away Zhou Yanxue in front of Wen Baoguo, and it infuriated him. If it wasn't for Yue Zhong's presence, he would have lashed out on the spot. Zhou Yanxue was a celebrity, and if Su Tianyang had brought her away quietly, Wen Baoguo could turn a blind eye. However, intending to abduct her in front of so many people like a bandit was tantamount to not giving Wen Baoguo face. So of course, even if Yue Zhong had not acted, Wen Baoguo would have immediately clashed with Su Tianyang. Yue Zhong lightly smiled and said, "I know, Mayor One. Within the villa, there were human and dark crow corpses everywhere. As the remaining guests left in a scattered manner, the banquet had somehow ended. In Yue Zhong's living quarters, he was sitting on his huge bed, while the huge celebrity Zhou Yanxue was currently seated beside him, carefully massaging his legs for him. Yue Zhong looked at the stunning beauty in front of him as he waved his hands to stop what she was doing. Speak. Tell me all that you know. If the value of the intel is sufficient, I can give you your freedom. I can also assure that you'll never be bullied ever again. Intel was extremely important. All those years throughout history, countless successful battles have been due to the amount of effort put into gathering information. A crucial piece of information at the right time can help turn the tide in any situation. Yue Zhong had little to absolutely no information on SY County's happenings, and was someone who thoroughly understood the network of power and information giving it to him. He would definitely shelter that person. Furthermore, once Su Tianyang had expressed enmity against him, he did not mind giving him a few stinging slaps. Zhou Yanxue gave Yue Zhong an enchanting smile. I don't want freedom, I just want to be your woman. As long as you don't leave me behind, I will be your most loyal concubine. Zhou Yanxue was not like Wen Peishan, who had the protection from father with power. Her looks were a double-edged sword. She could only rely on someone strong, because without someone she would be enslaved. It happened that the person she had decided to rely on was Yue Zhong. Zhou Yanxue gave Yue Zhong a light laugh and proceeded to tell him everything she knew. As Zhou Yanxue was experienced at mingling and often took part in various gatherings and events, she often got closer with her fans and friends. Couple this with the fact that many guys wanted to impress her with their knowledge, and she often reaped a lot in information. Through Zhou Yanxue's vivid explanation, Yue Zhong started to understand the situation within SY County and why Su Tianyang would hate him so much. SY County's governance was run by two powers, Wen Baowa and Peng Mengde. Both were incredibly influential people, and the control they had over the government was large. Within the entire county government, there was no third party's influence. As for SY County's military, it was filled with many different people with different ambitions and traditions. It had a regiment with 6,000 people. This regiment was formed from the remaining soldiers during the onset of the apocalypse. When the world was changing, the two infantry divisions that were going through an exercise had suffered huge losses. The total number of soldiers who survived numbered a little over 2 regiments, and the highest commanding officers had faced unfortunate endings. The next highest commanding officers were only lieutenant colonels. Amongst the remaining soldiers, there were 5 lieutenant colonels, and these 5 each commanded a small division. After forging through countless battles, the 5 divisions expanded continuously. In the end, they formed the current military power of Longhai County. The 5 major powers of the military were Su Dongming, Shen Hongyang, Luo Tianyi, Qian Weimin, and Lu Huifeng. These 5 all held some form of power over the soldiers of the military. Of course, amongst them there were some who held more power and some less. With Su Dongming holding the largest faction of soldiers, he resultingly became the nominal commander of the Longhai County military. Unless it was a joint effort, though, he could only command his faction. Wanting to move the other factions required the approval of the other powers. The Longhai County's military had differing views and opinions, and they naturally disagreed on their views of Yue Zhong, a thorn in their side. Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, who were the 2 major powers, voted to wipe Yue Zhong out quickly and planned on taking over everything in his current existing system. Shen Hongyang and Qian Weimin voted for pacifying Yue Zhong and forging a relationship. Assuming it didn't work, then they could form a temporary alliance and take care of Yue Zhong. By then, they naturally wouldn't suffer much loss for waiting. Lu Huifeng was neutral and did not have any stance. Also, Longhai Army is same as SY Army. It was precisely because of Su Dongming's attitude that Su Tianyang had disliked Yue Zhong from the get-go. This led to him trying to be domineering and not put Yue Zhong in his sights at all. These matters that concerned the internal affairs of SY County, Lu Ning naturally wouldn't tell Yue Zhong. As for the ordinary survivors, They simply could not fathom the ongoings amongst the top brass. It was only someone like Zhou Yanxue who often turned up at such events and gatherings amongst the elites that she could get such detailed insights. So that was the case. After hearing Zhou Yanxue's explanation, Yue Zhong finally understood why Shan Shui had given in. SY County's military had only over 2,000 people just at the beginning of the apocalypse, and after regaining SY County, they had lost another 200 people. However, they now had over 6,000 that formed an entire infantry division, but the bulk of them were new recruits. The ones that could really match up against Yue Zhong were only a few battalions. The moment they full-scale clashed with Yue Zhong, they would suffer huge losses. That day, when Shan Shui attacked Yue Zhong, she had actually brought Shun Hongyang's most capable battalion. If that battalion had been annihilated by Yue Zhong, Shun Hongyang's power would have diminished by half. It was because of that Shun Shui had chosen a compromise and not attack Ningguang County. After hearing Zhou Yanxue's extensive intelligence report, Yue Zhong finally felt that he had some knowledge of the current affairs in SY County and wasn't as ignorant about it as when he first arrived. Damn it! Damn it! Damn you, Yue Zhong! Su Qianyang's current face was contorted as he picked up the nearby antique chair and smashed it down violently on the ground. A few pretty ladies were kneeling in front of Su Tianyang, their bodies trembling as they tried to brave Su Tianyang's tantrum. Su Chun, within 3 days, I want to see Yue Zhong's head. Su Tianyang had just smashed the once priceless antique to the floor to vent his frustrations, but it didn't really work. He turned around and ordered the silent and dark-skinned yet robust young man with calloused hands. Yes, young master. Su Qin had a look of indifference as he replied. He was the butler of the Su family and had been saved by Su Dongming once before the apocalypse. Of course, he had since sold his life to the Su family. Chapter 258, Peng Mengde. Chapter 0258, Peng Mengde. Su Chun glanced icily at the 4 ladies kneeling in front of Su Tianyang as he asked coldly, Young master, what about these 4? Su Tianyang glanced at the 4 extremely beautiful ladies as he frowned slightly. He had given the order to kill Yue Zhong in his blind rage, and forgot that they were there. If this matter was to leak out, wouldn't bode well. However, these 4 ladies were the cream of the crop amongst beauties, and were extremely meticulous in their service to him, and he couldn't bear to kill them at the moment. One of the taller, slender ladies immediately begged, Young Master Su, don't kill me. I have not heard anything. I'm willing to do anything. Don't kill me. The other 3 beauties also had expressions of fear as they started grabbing Su Tianyang's legs with their voluptuous bodies, begging pitifully. Their pleading did the opposite, however, as Su Tianyang steeled his heart and gave the extremely merciless order. Kill them all. Don't dirty the place. These women had to pay with their lives for a mistake that Su Tianyang made. Su Chan acknowledged with a nod of his head and shot forward like an arrow, grabbing one of the women by the throat and breaking her windpipe. He followed up by grabbing another woman's head, twisting it lightly into an angle that defied nature. After killing 2, he took big strides forward and viciously chopped down on the remaining ladies' heads, leaving 2 deep dents in their heads, killing them instantly. In just a few short breaths after killing the 4 service ladies, Su Chun had already dragged their bodies out silently and left Su Tianyang's room. Yue Zhong, it's all your fault. I want you dead. Su Tianyang's face was once again twisted with fury as he smashed another 5 pieces of antique furniture. In his mind, he wasn't to blame, so he pushed the blame of the deaths of the 4 ladies, as well as his fury and hatred onto Yue Zhong. Early next morning after breakfast, Wei Jueguang drove the Rolls-Royce with the beauty Xiao Shishir and fetched Yue Zhong to Peng Mengde's residence. Peng Mengde was of 46 to 47 years, with defining facial features. His brows had a hint of a stern expression, yet not a single strand of white hair was seen, even though he was middle-aged. In fact, he remained looking extremely youthful. The moment they met, Peng Mengde immediately spoke with shock. Yue Zhong, Did you know you've invited huge trouble this time? Yue Zhong's expression did not change as he quickly responded, "What type of trouble?" Peng Mengde replied, "The army had decided to dispatch 3 regiments to deal with you. Tell me if this is huge trouble or not." 3 regiments meant over 3,000 soldiers. It could even be a 4,000-strong army. If this type of huge army were the military-trained soldiers from before the apocalypse, all of Yue Zhong's efforts in establishing himself could come to a halt. However, since Yue Zhong had received vital information about the actual flaws and strengths of the army from Zhou Yanxue, Yue Zhong wasn't flustered at all. Their current core was only the 2 regiments of 1,000 over people. After expanding into a 6,000-strong army, the might still needed time to be trained up. Yue Zhong himself had 7 battalions worth of soldiers that numbered in 2,000s if it came down to a clash. Unless the army really went all out with all they had, Yue Zhong still had some hope of success. Yue Zhong spoke out with a strong, killing intent. If the soldiers come, the general defends. If the water comes, the soil will block it. If the army really wants to fight, then I shall give them the fight of their lives. I have 3 regiments worth of soldiers. I want to test for myself if the army's 3 regiments are stronger or my army is stronger. Peng Mengde narrowed his eyes as he carefully assessed Yue Zhong. He smiled and spoke. "You really are a hero. I have already rejected the proposal of the army. After all, as humans, we should not fighting amongst ourselves. Our current greatest enemies are the zombies. As long as we wipe them out, our humankind can once again repopulate the earth. Yue Zhong, my dream is to build a new world without zombies. Everyone is equal. All is fair, upright, transparent. Everyone is free. Everyone prospers, and equality for all with no exploitation. Are you willing to help me with this?" Peng Mengde had a passionate expression as he spoke to Yue Zhong. Most university students were hot-blooded and passionate about the world, and were easy to influence and manipulate. Peng Mengde wanted to use the idea of rebuilding the world to hook Yue Zhong in. This was, after all, under the banner of righteousness. Throughout history, countless young people have given their all for the cause of a just, fair, and equal new world for all. I have brought 5,000 tons of meat to sell. I wonder what items you might want to offer in exchange. If you're not interested in my rations, then I'll leave." Yue Zhong gazed at Peng Mengde indifferently. He had no interest in the new world order that Peng Mengde was raving about. While Peng Mengde was capable, he was lacking in his guidance of his kid. His son had actually caused so much trouble that he should have been executed, but this type of degenerate was still allowed to live under Peng Mengde's protection. Furthermore, it was a good lifestyle. If Yue Zhong really sold his life to Peng Mengde just based on the ideals he was talking about, his brain must have been knocked silly. Yue Zhong did not have lofty dreams. Currently, he was living life to the fullest and was the leader of 30,000 people. With just an order, he could immediately execute over 100 people. To throw all that away and be someone else's dog just because of some illusionary ideal, he wasn't willing. This young man is not a simple character. Peng Mengde was thrown off by Yue Zhong's practicality. As his brows furrowed, he continued carefully sizing him up. Peng Mengde decided to throw all talks about ideals and righteousness to the side before he replied pragmatically, "The terms of the negotiations will be handled by my people later on. However, I hope to at least fulfill the quota of 1,000 tons. Ideals and righteousness are used as tools by Peng Mengde to win people over. Those who succumbed to the idealistic thinking were perfect for being passionate cannon fodder. In fact, this was not a bad tactic. Under the pretext of ideals and righteousness, Peng Mengde had actually gathered over 200 youthful people as his young guards. The results made it, so they were all crazy supporters to the extent that they were willing to give their lives up for him. Yue Zhong lightly smiled before giving the same terms he gave when Bao. "I can gift you 1 ton of rations as a sign of our friendship. However, the remainder will have to be matched by items that are suitable and to my liking. Otherwise, no deal." Peng Mengde immediately laughed and responded graciously, "Since this is the case, Then let me give to you the Rolls Royce and the beauty Shao sure as a sign of our friendship as well. I hope we can always be friends. Yue Zhong looked at Peng Mengde and laughed lightly. I hope we'll always be friends. Peng Mengde was indeed extremely capable. Yue Zhong could not help but have a good impression of him. However, even if the father was a hero, the son was a bastard. Just based on the aspect of his upbringing of his kid, it cost him some points with Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong brought the Rolls Royce and Shao sure that Peng Mengde presented him and headed towards Baogua's villa before leaving with his entire party. At a nearby river, there was a group of survivors gathered together, looking towards the river with a look of greed. Right beside the river, the water was full of nutrients. There were countless thick, mutated vegetables growing. Even abundant aquatic life was showing in the waters. Although the river seemed to be flourishing with food, few people were willing to go there and gather food. Only when they were starved beyond belief and had no options would some pale and weak women brave the danger to pluck some of the vegetation at the outskirts. There were some who were under the control of SY County, and if they didn't go look for food, those who were waiting for them would definitely be killed. He's trying to say that the river looks beautiful and bountiful, first paragraph, but it is in fact misleading and dangerous, and that some of the people there are, in reality, forced to be there. Zhang He carefully climbed out from the water. In his hands, he had a few river prawns that were the size of his fingers, as well as a heap of shellfish and mussels. He knew there was a shoal nearby, and the mutant beasts inside the water seldom appeared there. However, nothing was for certain. He had witnessed his partner being torn apart by a mutant beast just 3 days ago, and fresh blood had dyed the shoal. He could vividly recall the despair and fear of his friend when he was torn in two. His friend was only 11, Zhang He himself, 12. Zhang He looked at the few river prawns and heaved a sigh of relief. These river prawns could be exchanged for 1 or 2 gene of cornmeal, which could feed him, his brother and sister for 1 or 2 full meals. Zhang He looked towards his left and right before keeping the river prawns inside a plastic bag and hid it in his clothes. He took the mussels and shellfish and placed them in another plastic bag before digging up some wild vegetation that could be eaten before walking towards the exit. "You, come over here and pay your taxes." A middle-aged man in uniform saw Zhang He approaching from the riverside and called out to him with a wooden expression. Right beside the man in uniform, there were 7 burly men. All those who tried to make a living from the riverside had to pay them taxes, otherwise they would receive a beating, and if they were beaten to death, they would be thrown into the river to be fed to those monsters. 6 extremely frail-looking women helplessly presented their spoils to these tax officials. Even after being skimmed by them once, they would still be skimmed another time by the other underground societies as protection fees. Zhang He walked towards them frigidly as he handed them the plastic bag filled with the mussels, shellfish, and wild vegetation. "These are yours. You can go." After taking over half of the items in the plastic bag and throwing them into a basket, he threw the plastic bag with the remaining items back to Zhang He. Zhang He received the bag that was reduced one and wanted to turn around to leave. "Wait a minute." The tax officer seemed to have suddenly thought of something as he grabbed onto Zhang He and ordered the 7 burly men, "Hold him down. You need 7 big guys to hold down a 12-year-old?" Chapter 259, Zhang He. Chapter 0259, Zhang He. As Zhang He struggled, the tax officer opened up his shirt and patted his tiny body before finding the bag of prawns with a satisfied expression as he said, "Stinky brat, you want to pull a fast one over me? You're still lacking. Because you tried to evade tax, these prawns will be confiscated. Return them to me. Please just return them to me. I caught those myself." Zhang He shouted out, struggling, as his eyes turned red. Those prawns meant that his family could last for a few more days. Without them, his family would go hungry. "Damn it, you better know what's good for you." The tax officer's face turned darker as he waved his hands, which led the 7 burly brutes to start kicking and punching Zhang He. Zhang, he was after all just a kid. After that round of beating, he was quickly covered in bruises before being thrown in a corner. Whoever dares to evade tax will face the same consequences. The tax official glared coldly at all the other frail ladies present. He had to use the cold, harsh reality to shock these people. That way his job would go on smoothly. The survivors who had come forward to pay tax had seen such scenes countless of times and were numb to it. How can you do this to a kid? Right at this time, a furious voice resounded out. The tax officer turned his head towards the voice. He was just in time to see a few young men and women dressed neatly, and could tell with one look these survivors were not the common survivors. The person who had verbally reprimanded the tax officer was Wen Peishan, who was dressed in red, making her look incredibly innocent yet sexy at the same time. The tax officer glanced greedily at Wen Peishan. After all, most women had gone frail and lost their looks and health during the apocalypse, while someone young with such fair skin and a healthy glow like Wen Peishan was rare. The tax officer looked at Wen Peishan and responded neither hastily nor slowly. "I'm doing my job according to the rules. Miss, if you have any grievances or complaints, please take it up with my superiors." While the tax officer had some sort of background, he wasn't willing to come to loggerheads with Wen Peishan, who anybody can tell is not from a simple background as well. "You're an asshole," Wen Peishan scolded a little agitatedly. However, she was brought up well and was usually more reserved. She didn't know how to deal with bullies and could only resort to scolding. Yue Zhong looked on at the scene and slightly frowned. While what the tax officer did was indeed overboard, they were in a chaotic time. If the tax officer did not show some form of harshness, he might not even be able to collect a single tax. "Yue Zhong, help me teach this asshole a lesson." Wen Peishan could not think of any way to discipline the tax officer and decided to turn to Yue Zhong for help. Yue Zhong took big strides forward. He decided he could not stand the overboard actions of the tax officer as well. The tax officer looked at Yue Zhong approaching with alarm. "What do you think you're doing?" "I'm just doing my job." The 7 burly men also stepped forward to surround Yue Zhong, staring at him with vicious gazes. Yue Zhong stared coldly at the tax officer and said, "Your takings are obviously over 50%. I don't believe the top brass had actually set such a ridiculous amount. Do you want to cough up the excess, or do you not want to see the sun ever again?" The top brass of SY County would definitely not be so stupid to engage in a 50% tax. However, it was that as the line went further down, the requirements became more absurd. In truth, SY County only expressed that those who went out to forage for wild vegetables and fishing would only have to pay 20% tax. And as for these outrageous tax officials who took more than 50%, the remaining 30+% went to their own pockets. The tax officer saw that his tricks were exposed as he stared at Yue Zhong and said, "I am Zhang Xueming. My cousin is the Deputy Commissioner of the Inland Revenue, Wei Tong. Who are you?" The Tax Bureau, regardless of the apocalypse, was a department with a lot of power. Especially after the end of the world, those who were in power had huge influence. Wei Tong could become the Deputy Commissioner must have been due to his wide network of contacts. Zhang Xueming had hoped to use his cousin's name to cause Yue Zhong to back off, so that everyone can continue peacefully. Yue Zhong directly pointed out Wen Peishan's identity. "Slap yourself? Otherwise, you won't see the sun anymore. She is Mayor Wen's daughter, Wen Peishan." Zhang Xueming instantly turned pale. Mayor Wen was one of the 2 major powers in SY County. With just a flick of his hand, he could call for the deaths of measly people like Wei Tong and Zhang Xueming. This was a world where human lives were almost worthless. He himself was just a small fish. Even if he disappeared tomorrow, no one would care. Instead, there would be many people who would celebrate his departure. "It's my fault. I was despicable. It's all my fault. Miss Wen, I won't dare do this again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please let me off just this once. I was also doing things according to orders." Zhang Xueming had kneeled in front of Wen Peishan and was smacking himself profusely while crying out pitifully. Zhang Xueming had forcefully slapped his own mouth to the point where blood started to flow from the corners of his mouth. When Pei Shan's heart softened and said, "Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Give the confiscated items back to the kid." "Yes." Zhang Xueming then stood up, before walking personally to Zhang He and returned his items. "Little brat, these are all items gifted by Miss One. Hurry, go and thank her." Zhang He held on to his prawns tightly, like a wounded wolf, as he looked at the well-dressed, good-looking Wen Pei Shan. Looking down, he mumbled extremely reluctantly, "Thank you." After that, he immediately turned around and limped towards the distance. Zhang Xueming looked at Zhang He, who had looked extremely defiant as he frowned, and asked Wen Pei Shan, "Damn it, that little brat doesn't know his manners. Miss Wen, shall I go catch him back and teach him a lesson?" "No need." Although Wen Pei Shan was ticked off by Zhang He's unruly behavior, she was after all extremely kind-hearted and did not want to make things difficult for Zhang He. Yue Zhong looked at the few frail female survivors plucking the wild vegetation, before looking at those survivors staring into the horizon blankly as he frowned and seemed to ponder, before walking towards Zhang He. "Wait, Yue Zhong, wait for me." Wen Pei Shan saw that Yue Zhong was moving, as she hastily chased after him. Zhang He had just moved a distance, and saw Yue Zhong chasing after him from behind, as he gripped his plastic bag of prawns even tighter and asked warily, "What are you following me for?" Yue Zhong immediately took out a huge bag of bread and held it out to Zhang He, asking, "Do you want to eat your fill?" Zhang He looked at the plastic bag in Yue Zhong's hands as he swallowed his drool, while a look of greed shone in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted out, "I won't hand my sister over to you people. Even if you give us more food, I will not sell my younger sister away." Yue Zhong frowned as he knew Zhang He had misunderstood. "Younger sister?" Yue Zhong immediately offered his conditions. "I want you to work for me. Help me do things. In exchange, I will let you eat your fill every day and give you half a gene of cornmeal. If you do your tasks well, I will even give you cans of meat and dried pork." This Zhang He in front of him was only 12, just a kid. Yet he had courage and principles that was lacking in some adults. While the river was bountiful and many survivors gathered, few dared to venture in to actually fish. Since Yue Zhong wanted to gain a foothold in SY County, he naturally required someone who knew the workings on the ground. He had already made friends with the upper echelon of society like Wen Pei Shan, Lu Chengwang, and Tai Yin. These people, he also needed someone on the ground. Zhang He had courage and his own resolve. Yue Zhong admired that and did not mind helping him out. Zhang He's eyes grew bright with an expression of hope and asked, "You can really let me eat my fill?" Truthfully, with regard to a large number of the survivors in SY County, as long as there was food, they would be willing to do things. Zhang He had wanted to even join gangs, but those gangs did not want scrawny brats without attacking strength or combat power. Tong Xiaoyan walked to Yue Zhong's side and eyed the little beggar-like boy and spoke on Yue Zhong's behalf. "How would brother you lie to you? Our rations are really beyond comparison." Zhang He looked at the pretty Tong Xiaoyan and the group of special soldiers behind Yue Zhong and immediately kneeled in front of Yue Zhong and swore, "Benefactor, I don't ask for much, just for my younger brother and sister to eat their fill. I'm willing to give my life for you. Whatever you ask of me, I would do it." Zhang He was young, but mature. Those who could pull out such a troop was definitely not a small power in SY County, and he would only benefit from relying on him. His conditions were not outrageous as well. As long as his younger siblings could eat, he would be willing to slave for Yue Zhong. In times like this, where human lives weren't worth much, for the price of a meal, countless survivors were willing to sell themselves. It was just that in this cruel world, even if you are willing, you may not find a buyer. Yue Zhong curiously asked, "Get up. I want to know, near this river, why won't those people go and fish?" The river that surrounded SY County's borders was a huge treasure in Yue Zhong's eyes, and the water was extremely beneficial in the growth of the plants and even aquatic life. If the river was made use of well, providing a constant source of food for a few 10,000s of people would not be an issue. Since the upper brass of SY County were not idiots, there must be a problem for them to not make use of the river. Zhang He hesitated. Or do I address you, benefactor? I am Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong replied in a deep voice. Zhang He swiftly continued. Boss Yue, the fact that this river has many aquatic life is not false. But similarly, there are all sorts of fearsome beasts in there. There are snakes that grow over tens of meters. There's a big black fish that can swallow a person whole. And there are some huge crabs that can cut a person in two with just a claw. At first, there were many people fishing, but very quickly, they were all preyed on by these wild beasts. After the death count hit over hundreds, very few people are willing to fish anymore. A few hundred people had died in the river. The rest of them had been frightened off. Naturally, no one was willing to fish anymore in those waters. Therefore, even though there was a river surrounding the county, the people of SY County were still lacking. Yue Zhong continued. Didn't the government or army make any moves to deal with those mutant beasts? The mutant beasts might be extremely terrifying, but they were not invincible. Since SY County had so many survivors, there would definitely be experts within the government and military. Dealing with those mutant beasts should not be an issue. Zhang He thought for a while before replying. There were indeed some experts who stepped forward to deal with those mutant beasts, and they did manage to kill a few, but after that, the mutant beasts got even fiercer. Even those experts were eaten. Now there are few experts willing to come and hunt these monsters. Experts were, after all, a rare resource. With every death meant one less expert. There were simply too many mutant beasts hiding within the river, and after the government and military lost over 20 powerful enhancers, they halted all assaults on the river mutant beasts. The price was too heavy to bear. As Zhang He and Yue Zhong continued talking, more details of the life of the lower members of society began to emerge. The people in the worst situations were the lower members of society in SY County. Although the upper brass had given the order for some emergency rations to be handed out to preserve these survivors' lives, as there was greed, countless rations were siphoned by greedy officials, and many of these survivors did not obtain their rightful ration. There were countless women selling their bodies for just a bun. There were even people willing to sell their children at various survivor camps. Under Zhang He's guidance, Yue Zhong's party came to an alley near a sewer, where the buildings were dilapidated and stinking human waste everywhere. On the street, there were various survivors sitting down numbly by the road, their bodies giving off an odor, while a large number of mosquitoes and flies were currently circling them. There was a woman with tattered clothes, dark eye bags, sunken face, and emitting a sour smell from her body, grabbing a little girl's hands kneeling on the floor in front of Yue Zhong, pleading profusely. This master, please, buy my daughter. Just a box of instant noodles. As long as you pay a box of instant noodles, I'll sell her to you. She knows how to do everything. Bring her with you, and she can help you do anything. The little girl of roughly 11 to 12 years, whose hair was in a ponytail, and had starred to the point where she looked like a little bean sprout, was also kneeling and begging, Master, please buy me. I'm willing to do anything. Tong Xiaoyan saw this, and she could not help but ask, Auntie, isn't she your own daughter? How can you bear to sell her away? When Pei Shan saw the scene in front of her and could not believe her eyes. It was her first time coming to this sort of place, and in her thinking, selling one's son or daughter was something that happened only in books or the societies of old. The SY County that her father was governing over definitely would not have something like that. Chapter 260, The Truest Scum. Chapter 0260, The Truest Scum. Chapter 260, Scum. The woman who had dark circles around her eyes. She spoke in a grieved manner. We haven't had anything to eat for 2 days. 2 days ago, we managed to eat some buns because I let someone have his way with me for one night. These 2 days, no one is willing to use food to buy my services. If this goes on, Chi-Chi and I will starve to death. If I sell her to you, she can at least live on. When Pei Shan looked at the mother-daughter pair, and her heart was full of sympathy, Yue Zhong, they're so pitiful. Help them, please. Yue Zhong glanced at them before giving 2 pieces of chocolates. I'm buying both of you. But let me say this first, since I've bought you. You're my people. If in the future you disregard my orders, I will be merciless. If you agree, eat the chocolates. Yue Zhong did not lack food, but he did lack people. Accepting these people under his wing weren't an issue. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The moment the mother-daughter pair received the chocolates, their eyes flashed with delight, and thanked Yue Zhong profusely. Especially the mother, Zhang Xiong, who thought that the best scenario would be Yue Zhong buying her daughter. Never did she imagine that she would also be accepted by Yue Zhong. Even if Yue Zhong wanted her to strip in front of everybody now, she would do so without hesitation to show her gratitude towards him. During the initial stages of the apocalypse, as their bodies were more robust, men had a slight advantage over women. However, with the flow of time, the strong men mostly died in the fight against zombies. Others perished as a result of power struggles with other strong people, even against some mutant beasts as well. Currently, SY County's ratio of women to men was huge. Zhang Xiong and her daughter were not beauties and naturally would not catch the eye of any groups around them. These groups were not willing to squander precious rations to care for the two of them, hence they had no one to rely on. Now that Yue Zhong was willing to keep them, their hearts were filled with gratitude. When Pei Shan saw that Yue Zhong had accepted the mother-daughter pair, and she was surprised as she sighed in her heart. He is actually a good man. Please, take me in. I can do anything. Master, please take me in. No matter how you want to play me, I will definitely make you satisfied. Master, please take in us mother and daughter. We are willing to wait on you. After Yue Zhong took in Zhang Xiong and her daughter, the entire alley went into an uproar, and a few dozens of women surrounded Yue Zhong, pleading with him profusely. They wanted to live as well. Yue Zhong frowned and called out in a heavy voice, "All of you, keep quiet. Whoever makes any more noise will have to scram." The women instantly became silent and looked at Yue Zhong with a little fear while awaiting the next words that would decide their future. Yue Zhong called Zhang Xiong over and asked, "Zhang Xiong, I want to buy a street to accommodate all of you. How much rations would that cost?" "Master, you would require 50 tons of rations to buy this street." Zhang Xiong carefully calculated before replying. In the age, houses were not valuable anymore. In SY County, as it could accommodate over 100,000 survivors, one normal alley for survivors to stay in would not cost much. 50 tons of food was sufficient to buy it with some balance. Yue Zhong immediately called out two of his special combat warriors. Song 1, Kong Wei, you guys make a trip with Zhang Xiong, go by the entire street. As long as they did not meet someone too overly powered, Song 1 and Kong Wei could easily deal with 20 delinquents or troublemakers. It was enough to ensure that Zhang Xiong would not be taken advantage of. Yue Zhong looked at the women around him, and he said coldly, "As for you all, stay here and await my orders." Those women, including their children, numbered a few dozens, and Yue Zhong could not bring them and move around. The group heard his orders and stayed there obediently, not daring to wander about. He really does have the capital. Zhang He looked at Yue Zhong easily taking in all the women and kids around, and his mind was set and decided to follow Yue Zhong wholeheartedly. "Xian Xiaolan, I'm back." Zhang He excitedly ran into a dilapidated garden and hollered loudly. He had followed a capable person, and from today onwards, the trio wouldn't have to worry about hunger anymore. However, the moment Zhang He stepped into the garden, he saw his younger brother Zhang Xian beaten up till his entire face was swollen and was lying on the ground motionless. His precious younger sister was nowhere to be seen, and a foreboding feeling arose in his heart. Zhang Xian, who had just recently turned 12, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he looked to his brother with a stricken expression and said, "Big brother, Mimi had been captured by Sure Urga, that bastard. Go save her quickly, otherwise it will be too late." The real question is, what did the brothers expect their youngest brother to do to save her? Zhang He's face turned pale as he immediately kneeled in front of Yue Zhong and begged, "Boss Yue, please help me save my sister. As long as you save her, I'm willing to do anything to repay you. Even if you want my life, I'd give it to you willingly." Yue Zhong furrowed his brows and asked, "What sort of person is Shi Ergu?" "He's scum." Zhang He spat out as he was kneeling. Shi Ergu was a scum. Prior to the apocalypse, he was a watchdog for a gambling den and a loan shark. He was a resident of SY County. Then, after the change of the world, he made use of his various connections to engage in many dealings and became a huge figure in the underground scene, all the while obtaining numerous benefits. Currently, Shi Ergu had a small force of 50 fighters. Thus, he was someone people didn't dare offend in this part of the county. Those who antagonized him had their families broken, mostly because he was supported by various backers, all of whom were strong. "How is it, boss? How are the goods this time?" "She is that little dog Zhang He's younger sister, Zhang Yulan." A huge, burly man with decent features and an aura of self-righteousness pointed toward the little girl of about 11 years old. She had snow-white, delicate, and pretty-looking skin. "Not bad. She's decent." Shi Ergu's eyes flashed as he broke into a smile. Leisurely, he reached his hand out to grab Zhang Yulan's face. "Hey!" Zhang Yulan looked at Shi Ergu's disgusting expression and directly spat at him. As Shi Ergu did not have enough time to block, and he received the spit on his face. He reached to wipe his face with his hand, and he proceeded to lick his hand of the saliva, and said in an extremely perverted manner, "How fragrant! And I don't think there's anybody's saliva in the world that actually smells good." Spits on hand and shows it for inspection, I beg to differ. Ulamog, I distinctly smell chicken and chips. I'm sure of it. As for the scum, torture is not enough. Zhang Yulan broke out in cold sweat and felt the hair rise on the back of her neck as she used her voice that had yet to mature and shouted, "Damn pervert! Little bitch, you dare to curse me." Shi Ergu's eyes flashed icily. His palm immediately slapped Zhang Yulan's face, causing her pretty face to swell as he laughed coldly. "Don't worry, I like you very much. I will train you properly to become the most shameless bitch. The esteemed buyer likes shameless bitches like you the most. Once you are delivered to him, he will definitely guide you well. However, before then, let me taste you first. Maybe slightly less torture time for this guy, so that I can spend more time on the buyer." Sharpens hatchet. After that, Shi Ergu reached out towards Zhang Yulan's clothes. Zhang Yulan's heart started to beat faster in fear, and tears started to stream down her pale face. "Boss, there's someone killing their way in." Right at this time, one of Shi Ergu's subordinate rushed in and shouted out loudly, "How many are there?" Shi Ergu furrowed his brows as he stopped his intention to violate Zhang Yulan and questioned his subordinates. "4 of them. There are only 4 of them." The subordinate cried out in alarm. Shi Ergu immediately lashed out in fury. "You have 50 people, there are only 4 of them, and you can't take them down? Do you guys eat shit or something?" The subordinate quivered in fear and exclaimed, "They are experts. They are all high-level enhancers." Shi Ergu's face instantly fell. Enhancers had strength that vastly surpassed normal people, and one enhancer could take on 10 people with no issues. He had 3 or 4 enhancers amongst his underlings, but they were at most level 3 or 4 and were not much stronger than normal people. Against higher-level enhancers, they were basically useless. Right at this time, following a huge, explosive bang, one of Shi Ergu's subordinate was kicked in and violently smashed into a table, knocking the table away. Yue Zhong strided in. Shi Ergu looked at Yue Zhong as he immediately bowed in a respectful manner and said, "May I ask who you are? Dare I ask what business might this esteemed guest have with us?" Zhang Yulan looked towards the previously arrogant and despotic Shi Ergu, treating Yue Zhong with respect, before looking at Yue Zhong, her eyes flashing with a strange gaze. "Hand her to me." Yue Zhong pointed to Zhang Yulan. Shi Ergu put on an extremely complicated expression as he tried to find a way out of the situation. "Honored guest, this is a person that Director Yuan Yueshan from the Tax Bureau wants. Doing things like this is a little overboard, isn't it? In my courtyard, there are a few more little bitches like her, although they may not compare to her, but they are definitely more obedient than her." The tax bureau held a great deal of resources after all. The director of the tax bureau was also an important person, such that even when Baowa and Peng Mengde had to keep an eye on him. If it's like that, then scum like you do have some use after all. Yue Zhong immediately stepped up and lashed out with a kick, causing Ergu to fly and hit a table, fainting immediately. With the flash of a blade, the ropes on Zhang Yulan's body were immediately cut loose. Your elder brothers have already followed me. From now on, you're also under me. I will protect you guys to the best of my capabilities. Yue Zhong eyed Zhang Yulan as he spoke in a heavy voice. Zhang Yulan blinked twice, as her eyes had a strange gleam. She walked over to Yue Zhong's side and hugged his arm tightly, as though it was the one place she could feel the safest. Chapter 261, Go Die. Scum. Chapter 0261, Go Die. Scum. Scum. He really deserves death. Yue Zhong eyed the scene in front of him, as he gritted his teeth and spat out the foul taste in his mouth. What a bastard. He needs to die. Zhang Yulan and Tong Xiaoyan could not help but curse loudly, especially Zhang Yulan, who thought that just earlier she almost became part of this group in front of her, and her heart felt cold. For young girls of roughly 11 or 12 were enclosed inside a cage, with collars around their necks. The height of the cage made it so that the girls could only squat inside the cage, and their bodies had scars all over, their faces numb and frozen, causing those who saw their plight to feel immense pity. Yue Zhong released the 4 of them, upon which they crawled out on all 4s. They immediately headed towards Yue Zhong and lowered their heads to lick his shoes. Yue Zhong immediately pulled them up and lectured them sternly. All of you stand up. From now on, you will learn how to protect yourself. Only you can save yourself. The 4 girls only cried out in alarm, as their bodies shuddered and pleaded, I will listen. Don't hit me. I will listen. Please don't hit me. Yue Zhong lightly sighed, but his eyes flashed with incomparable fury. He wanted to kill someone. Yue Zhong told Tong Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, they will be under your care. Tong Xiaoyan looked towards those pitiful girls and nodded her head. Brother Yue, you can be at ease. I will take good care of them. Where is Yuan Yesan? Yue Zhong grabbed Ergu and asked icily. The Fragrant Hill Villa. He should be at Fragrant Hill Villa, conducting his business. Ergu had no backbone and immediately sold his backer out. He valued his life and didn't want to throw it away with a way out in front of him. In Fragrant Hill Villa, Yuan Yesan was living an extremely luxurious lifestyle. He had 2 girls licking his smelly feet and another servicing him at his crotch. He was indeed enjoying himself. As the director of the tax bureau, he controlled a huge amount of the resources. Even the big powers in SY County like when Baowa and Peng Mengde had to give him face. Though he knew that he could not come out on top of when Baowa nor Peng Mengde, so he quietly stayed in his job and continued to siphon resources as he led his high life. Yuan Yesan suddenly shivered as he ejaculated and let out a light breath of relief before looking at the young girl's face in front of him. He felt young and full of vigor. In the current world, he could do as he liked in broad daylight. If it was before, he wouldn't have the guts to do so. He could do it precisely because he possessed power and authority. Those who had power were above authority and remand. Even the useless son of Peng Mengde had caused so much troubles, yet he remained free. If he, Yuan Yesan, wanted to play with a few women, whose business was it? Of course, he did all these knowing that it was shameless and was afraid of retribution. Therefore, he used his resources and authority to gather a few experts under him. After all, expert fighters also needed to eat. They also had relatives and friends, family members, women and children. To survive and live better, they had no choice but to work for a government official like Yuan Yesan. Yuan Yesan had 4 level 15 enhancers working under him. As long as they did not meet a powerful expert, the 4 of them could take down an enhancer that was below level 20. Even an enhancer that had a higher level than that had to be careful, otherwise he or she might fall at their hands as well. Furthermore, near the villa, there was a special forces squad. If anything were to happen, within a few minutes the squad would immediately rush to provide reinforcements. Just as Yuan Yeshan was having his way with those few girls, one of his subordinates suddenly barged in and spoke anxiously. "Director, there's an enemy attack." Yuan Yeshan was alarmed and exclaimed, "Who?" The subordinate continued hastily, "I'm not sure. He's only one person. All our brothers have been defeated by him. He is definitely an expert." Right at this time, with a Peng, the subordinate that had reported to Yuan Yeshan was kicked viciously to one side as he flew to the wall and smashed into it forcefully before he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fainted. Yue Zhong strode in power on full display as he stared at Yuan Yeshan and spoke coldly. "You are Yuan Yeshan?" Yuan Yeshan frowned as he spoke sternly in a self-righteous tone. "Who are you? This is government grounds. Do you want to go against the government and people?" From a small house on the side, 4 men swiftly arrived by Yuan Yeshan's side and stared at Yue Zhong coldly. They were the 4 experts that Yuan Yeshan had hired. One of them was wielding a Tang replica sword and looked to be about 46 to 47, while dressed in farmer's garbs as he called out, "Quickly surrender. This is Director Yuan. If you want to go against him, it's tantamount to rebelling. You will be regarded as treacherous to your comrades, the government, and the people." Yue Zhong glanced at the 3 girls who were lying naked on the floor with collars around their necks as he spoke out in an incredibly icy tone. "Yuan Yeshan, how is a scum like you able to represent the citizens?" Yuan Yeshan replied without batting an eyelid. "Before I'm replaced, I represent the people of this country and the citizens. Young man, you may be capable, but in front of the government and the people, your power counts for nuts. You better turn yourself in while you still have the chance. You must believe in the law. The law will definitely treat you justly. If you don't wake up, you will only face death." Yue Zhong eyed the 4 experts as he pointed to the girls and questioned them. "Do the 4 of you insist on helping this scum? Have your eyes been blinded? Don't tell me you can't see this?" The 4 of them maintained their indifference. They were not good men after all. After protecting Yuan Yeshan for so long, how were they not sure of the type of animal Yuan Yeshan is? However, he had the power to ensure that they would not go hungry. Almost more importantly, they could have the women they wanted. Hence they threw their moral conscience away. "Damn brat, if you don't surrender now, don't blame your father for being merciless." The farmer-like middle-aged man activated his shadow steps with a cold look in his eyes, as his entire being seemed to soar as he shot towards Yue Zhong. Another man who looked decent and cultured also activated his skill airlock, and an invisible airlock shot towards Yue Zhong. Another beefy, yellow-skinned man activated his skill super strength enhancement as his strength soared to 55 points. With a mace he wielded that was heavier than 100 Jin, he rushed towards Yue Zhong ferociously. While he liked to use the Tang replica sword to deal with the zombies, against humans he preferred to use the mace because it allowed him to exhibit his full strength. The last guy just stared at Yue Zhong coldly, while he activated his level 3 skill, Spirit Shock, and a huge amount of spirit energy rushed towards Yue Zhong. The power of such an attack was overwhelming, and if a normal person was to receive it, he would immediately lose his mental faculties or die on the spot. Even someone who possessed a similar spirit level as the man would lose concentration for a while. These 4 men each possessed a different skill, and when the 4 of them acted together, even a level 20+ enhancer might be defeated under their joint attacks. The spirit attack reached Yue Zhong first. Turns out it was just that Yue Zhong's spirit was much stronger than the man's, and the attack had no effect on him at all. This was the spirit shock's weakness. It could not do anything to a person with higher spirit. Yue Zhong brought out 2 guns with a wave of his hands, and he casually fired a shot at the farmer-like man. With a bang, a bullet wound appeared in between the man's eyes, fresh blood flowing out, and he fell limply to the ground, with an expression of disbelief that someone could draw and fire a gun that fast. The next moment, The invisible airlock had locked Yue Zhong's shoulder. Yue Zhong frowned and used all his strength to shake it off, but found that even with his strength, he could not undo the airlock. His right shoulder was sealed by the airlock and couldn't move. The mace-holding expert saw his chance, and he laughed craftily before swinging the mace towards Yue Zhong's head. It was as though he could see Yue Zhong's head being smashed to a pasty pulp already. Yue Zhong eyed the mace-holding expert before his left hand rose and aimed while simultaneously firing 3 times. The 3 cold, forged leaden slugs immediately found their targets in the heads of the mace-holding expert, the airlock-using enhancer, as well as the enhancer with the spirit shock skill. With the appearance of the bullet holes, these 3 enhancers were defeated by Yue Zhong just like that. While enhancers were definitely stronger than normal humans in most aspects, they were not invincible. A bullet could easily take their lives. Unless it was Yue Zhong, Lai Tianyang, or even Ice King Zhang Yun, those enhancers who knew how to use imbalanced skills to protect themselves against bullets. You can't kill me. I am the director of the tax bureau. If you kill me, the government will not let you off. As long as you let me go, rations, gold, women, anything you want, I can give it to you. Seeing his 4 experts falling under Yue Zhong's hands, Yuan Yeshan's complexion turned as he trembled uncontrollably and started begging. He did not want to die at all. At this moment, sounds of siren resounded from the outside. It was the Special Forces squad making their way over. The Fragrant Hill Villa was the residence of many government officials. The moment some trouble brewed, the Special Forces squad would immediately rush over. Hearing those loud sounds of siren, Yuan Yeshan felt relieved and knew he had bargaining power as he spoke to Yue Zhong. Those experts outside are the elite of elites. You will definitely not be able to escape from here. Release me. As long as you release me, I can guarantee that your life will be intact. Scum, go and die. Yue Zhong lightly laughed and shot forward like an arrow, swinging down his blade towards Yuan Yeshan's neck. In his moment of death, Yuan Yeshan's head rolling to the floor, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 262, Exceptional Trades. Chapter 0262, Exceptional Trades. The Special Combat Forces were quick to react and had swiftly surrounded the entire villa. To the people inside, listen up. You have already been surrounded. Your only option is to put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Only by doing that can we guarantee a way out for you. The captain of the Special Combat Forces, Xiao Panshan, hollered out. The few girls in the villa looked at Yue Zhong with fear, uncertain if this killing machine was going to kill them casually like he'd done the others. Don't worry, I am here to save you guys, Yue Zhong said indifferently as he glanced at those girls who were scared witless. With that, Yue Zhong strode up to the window of the villa and spoke out clearly. I am Ningguang County's Yue Zhong. Today, I was under orders to clean up the degenerates of the government. You can affirm this with Secretary General Peng and Mayor 1. Xiao Panshan heard Yue Zhong's words and was thrown off for a moment. After some hesitation, he still didn't give the order to attack. Secretary General Peng and Mayor 1 were the 2 major powers in SY County after all. If it was an order by either of these 2 people, he didn't dare to question nor go against it. Therefore, he decided to report it to the higher-ups first. The murder of a director of the tax bureau wasn't a small matter, both when Baohua and Peng Mengde had rushed over the moment they received the news. When Baohua's face had turned green as he looked towards Yue Zhong and spoke heavily. Yue Zhong, this time you have crossed the line. If you can't give me a suitable explanation, then I can't help but to announce that you're not a welcome guest of SY County, and would have to order your arrest. Yuan Yeshan wasn't when Bao was subordinate, but he was a government official after all. Yue Zhong had actually killed him in front of other people, without the use of a disguise, and had seemed extremely tyrannical. Yue Zhong pointed to the girls who were trembling uncontrollably as they kneeled on the ground and hugged his leg tightly, sternly speaking to Wen Baohua. Mayor 1, Yuan Yeshan, that scum, did this kind of disgusting and perverse things. Don't tell me he doesn't deserve death? When Baowu stared at Yue Zhong, spitting one word at a time, yes. He is scum. He deserves to die. But he's a government official after all. If you want to take him down, you need to go by the lawful route. Nobody has the right to carry out judgment on a government official. If you want his life, you have to go by the lawful way. Those who sat in the government positions were very concerned about their lives and stability. If everyone acted out in vengeance like Yue Zhong, then all the officials in the government would not sit easy. This had reached when Baowu's threshold. Regardless of how overwhelmingly strong an expert was, they had to adhere to the rules SY County was running on. This was on the insistence by both when Baowu and Peng Mengde. Peng Mengde sighed, while his eyes lit up inwardly with delight. He maintained a steely look as he spoke softly. Yue Zhong, Yuan Yesan was indeed scum. Yue Zhong laughed lightly as he blatantly distorted the facts. What are you guys talking about? I did not touch a single hair on Yuan Yesan. When I came in here, I saw his 4 bodyguards fighting amongst themselves and killing each other. He simply was not careful and was caught in the fray. The rest then died under each other's merciless attacks. When Baowu and Peng Mengde frowned, they were also experts at twisting the truth, but facing Yue Zhong's shameless lie, they didn't know how to react. The few girls kneeling by Yue Zhong's feet were even more confused. They had clearly seen Yue Zhong beheading Yuan Yesan with their own eyes. Yue Zhong smiled before he gave an offer. This time, I have invited the 2 of you to discuss a potential deal. I want to use 100 tons of rations to buy 400,000 sets of quilts between the both of you. Wen Baowu and Peng Mengde were smart people and naturally knew of Yue Zhong's intentions to wipe the slate clean with these 100 tons of food. Right now in SY County, a quilt was not even worth a gene of rations. Hearing those words from Yue Zhong, the 2 of them finally started to relax. After the end of the world, 50 tons of rations was not a small amount. In SY County, 5 gene of rations could cause a huge fight to break out and a slaughter amongst the survivors. One person after another would bite, kick privates, gouge eyes, punch and fight as dirty as they could. 50 tons of food could support 100 people for almost 200 days. Yue Zhong was, after all, a strong expert and had a huge force under him. As long as it didn't reach a point of no return, when Baowu and Peng Mengde weren't willing to butt heads with Yue Zhong. Furthermore, Yue Zhong had provided them a subtle way out. As long as they put in a little more effort to convince the other officials, this matter would not be too huge of an issue. When Baowu pondered a while before exchanging a cold look with Peng Mengde, he then stepped forward and said, Yue Zhong, this time I'll overlook this. I hope there won't be a second time. If it happens again, I can only give the order for your arrest. Yue Zhong lightly smiled and indifferently said, I got it. Seeing the obstinate Yue Zhong giving way, when Baowu and Peng Mengde let out a breath of relief. Dealing with this stubborn and prideful Yue Zhong who could easily go on a rampage was a headache to them. I have a proposition for the 2 of you. Yue Zhong suddenly spoke out. What is it? When Baowu spoke somewhat coldly. After Yue Zhong had killed Yuan Yesan without regards for the law, when Baowu had somewhat less of a favorable impression of Yue Zhong. I want to impose tax near the river. Yue Zhong smiled as he threw out this unexpected bomb. No way. Definitely not. At almost the same time, when Baowu and Peng Mengde immediately rejected the proposal. Taxation was of utmost importance to a power. While there were few people who dared to fish at the river, and the tax gained per day could not even hit a ton of fresh seafood, it was still a form of rations. When Baowu and Peng Mengde would definitely not give this up. Let me finish speaking. I want to clear the mutant beasts in the river. As long as the mutant beasts are exterminated, then we can ensure a fresh and unending supply of seafood for SY County. I'm going to be delegating my power and resources to clear the river. I naturally can't do it for free. Once the river is freed up, anyone can just enter the waters that I cleared to fish or pluck vegetation, but I will take 30% as tax. Yue Zhong spoke out heavily. The river was a treasure trove in Yue Zhong's eyes, and it had a huge amount of potential in terms of food. If it could be made use of, the people of SY County could all have decent meals. Of the 30% tax, I will use 5% to pay SY County, and it's up to you guys to split it your own way. Once the river is cleared of the mutant beasts, the 5% of freshwater products, as well as wild vegetation, will surpass the current amount by 10 times, or even 100 times. Yue Zhong's words shook the hearts of Wenbaoguo and Peng Mengde, and they knew Yue Zhong was not exaggerating. The river was indeed a precious resource pool. It wasn't for the fact that there were so many mutant beasts, they would not even be worrying about rations. Wenbaoguo considered a while, before speaking 50 to 50. After you clear the river, we split the tax 50 to 50. Yue Zhong replied readily, sure. Wenbaoguo and Peng Mengde's eyes lit up in delight. While they might be at loggerheads, they wanted to join hands to fleece Yue Zhong like a fat little lamb. However, Yue Zhong's following words caused them both to frown deeply once more. Yue Zhong continued, speaking seeming indifferent to their machinations. If you can dispatch 30 level 20 and above enhancers to help me, then once the river is cleared, the tax can be split 50 to 50. If you guys aren't willing to send help, then I can only give you 5%. I will also need to leave some for the people from the military. If one hoards everything, it would not bode well. Should Yue Zhong monopolize the tax percentage, even if he used all his strength to clear the river, other people will get jealous. He had to give a little as a sign of goodwill. The government and military were both powerful heads of state in SY County, and Yue Zhong's foothold in this county was still too small. Peng Mengde's eyes narrowed as he thought carefully before replying softly, then we'll stick with 5%. Recently, our manpower is a little tight. We can't leisurely afford to send out so many experts. Countless strong mutant beasts currently resided within the river, and the SY County's government and military had sent out many forces to try and clear the place many times before. As of now, the government, military, and even some civilian experts had joined hands to kill many mutant beasts, yet they always came out on the losing side. In fact, the total experts that had died in these clearing expeditions numbered in the 100s, and a few precious evolvers had already died at the hands of those mutant beasts. Wenbaoguo and Peng Mengde naturally did not have much faith in Yue Zhong's proposition. Furthermore, even without doing a single thing, they stood to gain 5% of tax. They will naturally delighted to watch Yue Zhong exhaust his strength. If he was defeated, it was not their problem, and if he won, they stood to benefit from it. My manpower in SY County is not enough to battle against those mutant beasts. I need to gather a few more people as well as some form of accommodation. How about selling me Xinglong Street and Nanshan Street? I'm willing to buy them for 100 tons of rations. Yue Zhong continued asking without even batting an eyelid. Wenbaoguo replied without much care, at another 50 tons, you can have Xingye Street as well. Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street, as well as Xingye Street were all near the river, and there were currently many survivors living there now. Most of them are prostitutes, thieves, robbers, kids, old people, hoodlums, and even gang members. Furthermore, the 3 streets were dilapidated. Dirty water ran in the ditches, and it was smelly beyond words. By throwing the 3 streets to Yue Zhong, Wenbaoguo could stop worrying about the situation there and save on rations as well. Thanks, Mayor 1. Yue Zhong laughed lightly. The 3 streets had plenty of apartments. If squeezed a little bit, he could fit 2,000 to 3,000 people there. With these 3 streets, Yue Zhong could also be considered to gain a foothold in SY County or a stronghold, and all he paid was 150 tons of food. After the business transaction, Yue Zhong came to Xinglong Street. Yue Zhong walked the entire street and called for Zhang He. Zhang He, I need to gather some people. Go and disseminate the info. Say I'm looking for people who are willing to fight and work hard. Those who work for me, whatever I require of them, they have to do it. Every day, I will ensure that they get to eat their fill. In addition, if they do well, I will not scrimp on rewards. I will only accept 200 people, not any more. Chengyu, follow him. Although Zhang He was young, he was mature, and he was a local resident after all. Thus, he was extremely familiar with the area. Therefore, he was the most suitable person for this role. Yes, boss you. Zhang He replied in a respectful manner, before he dismissed himself. Zhengyi followed Zhang He silently. Little kid, what's the catch for today? I can use my cornmeal to change with you. 1 gene of fresh fish for 2 gene cornmeal. If you let me play with your sister for a night, I can give you 2 gene rice. At one of the streets, a decently dressed, middle-aged man eyed Zhang He and spoke out while wearing a steely smile. Zhang He looked at the man with undisguised contempt as he coldly replied, Boss Niu, I'm not here to exchange food with you. The man in front was called Niu Dahue and was a businessman. He used cornmeal and rice to exchange for various items with the survivors, and was well known amongst the people here as a vicious and callous man. Niu Dahue immediately turned grim and chuckled. Then pay your debts. For days ago, you borrowed 4 gene of cornmeal from me. You owe me 6 gene of cornmeal. If you can't pay up, I will take your sister as guarantee. Niu Dahue had long set his sights on Zhang He's sister. The pretty little flower could be used to bargain and be sold for at least a 100 gene worth of food. Because of this, Niu Dahue had generously loaned Zhang He 3 gene of cornmeal. Zhang He's face turned black as he gritted his teeth and said, I only borrowed 3 gene of cornmeal for 10 days. How is it that only after 4 days you demand a payment of 6 gene of cornmeal? Niu Dahue's expression did not waver as he looked at Zhang He coldly and said, Now that rations are so precious, don't tell me my loan to you doesn't require interest. My rates have always been 9 out, 13 return. Every day's interest is 20%. Requiring your payment of 6 gene is already cheaper than what is required. Damn, brat. You're still not paying up. If you don't take out the rations, I will take your sister as a guarantee. Niu Dahue had given the 3 gene of food with the grace of a magnanimous man, and had seemed decent, but the moment he required payment, he would be extremely callous. Nearby, the survivors came around and looked on numbly. Too bad. The small kid was hoodwinked by that dog. What a pity. Those survivors saw the scene and broke into discussion. However, that Niu Dahue had 4 extremely burly thugs protecting him. Thus no one dared to provoke him. Zhang He's face was full of fury as he looked at Niu Dahue, and he didn't expect that this scum had actually thought of such an idea. Niu Dahue stared at the infuriated but helpless Zhang He, and his face broke out into an extremely proud expression. Chapter 263, Kneel or Die. Chapter 0263, Kneel or Die. Chapter 263, Kneel or Die. This should be enough. Chengyu stepped forward and threw a bag in front of Niu Dahue. Niu Dahue pulled open the bag, only to discover that the bag was filled with white rice, and even had about 10 gene worth. His eyes revealed a hint of greed. He had just lent out 3 gene of cornmeal and managed to obtain 10 gene of superior white rice. This time he had really struck it rich. It must be made clear that white rice was much more valuable than cornmeal. The survivors looked at the white rice inside the bag, and their eyes all lit up. 10 gene of white rice was enough for these star survivors to kill 4. Niu Dahue's eyes shook as he spoke out fiercely, No way. I'll lend you cornmeal. I want back cornmeal. If you don't take out 6 gene of cornmeal right now, hand me your sister. The 4 burly men behind Niu Dahue stood up to pressurize Zhang He. If it was any other situation, with the 400% of interest, Niu Dahue would have stopped there. It's just this time, if he could obtain Zhang Yulan, he would gain more than 10 times the interest. This was why he couldn't care less and wanted to get his hands on Zhang Yulan so he could earn a whole lot more. Zhang He shook with fury as he shouted out loudly. It's obvious that white rice is much more valuable. I only borrowed 3 gene of cornmeal from you and returned you 10 gene of white rice. What more do you want? Niu Dahue harshly criticized. You say white rice is more valuable than cornmeal? In my eyes, A gene of cornmeal is worth 10 gene of white rice. You can either pay me 6 gene of cornmeal or 60 gene of white rice. Then we can call it even. Otherwise, bring your sister here." The 4 burly bodyguards encircled Zhang He and Zhengyi to try and oppress them. Zhang He was thoroughly infuriated by Niu Dahue's shamelessness, and he shook uncontrollably while looking at Zhengyi. "A bunch of trash." Zhengyi's eyes flashed coldly as his body seemed to disappear. In one move, he kicked out, viciously sweeping his leg in a circle and caused the 4 burly men to fly back and hit the shop wall. With another kick aimed at Niu Dahue's stomach, he kicked again. Zhengyi's attack caused him to double over, and his knees gave out, causing him to face-plant the ground into a rather fresh pile of green dog shit. Wouldn't the dogs have been eaten? This is a poor area. There wouldn't be no dogs for dog shit. Unless somehow, Ulamog, Martian dogs equipped with personal teleportation matrices. It's 100% then truth. This white rice is for you. From today on, the debt between you and Zhang He is canceled. If you still want to find trouble, you will lose your dog life. Zhengyi pulled Niu Dahue by his hair viciously as he spoke with enormous killing intent while pouring the white rice on top of his head. Niu Dahue had a look of horror as he pleaded loudly, "No more. Master, I dare not. Please take mercy and spare my lowly life." Someone who was capable of dealing with 4 strong men was obviously a powerful enhancer. He was an existence that Niu Dahue could not afford to offend. Zhang He looked at Zhengyi enviously and imagined himself possessing the same strength one day, as to let others fear him. How powerful and domineering. I must be as capable as him in the future. My fellow elder brothers and uncles, I am Zhang He. I am now under boss Yue. Yue Zhong ordered me to gather workers. As long as you work for boss Yue, everyone gets to eat their fill. Zhang He stepped onto Niu Dahue's stall and called out to the surrounding survivors. "Take me, Zhang He. I can do anything. Will I really get to eat my fill?" The moment Zhang He finished talking, all the survivors surrounded Zhang He and Zhengyi, then started pleading profusely. To be able to eat one's fill was an incredibly tempting offer. In SY County, there were nobody who didn't want to join the various powers. There were only powers who weren't willing to accept survivors. It was mainly because these powers did not have any more rations. The moment they exceeded their capacity, they would run out of food as well. Yue Zhong currently did not bring too much weight in rations, so gathering 200 subordinates was the maximum that he could allow. When the ration trucks arrived, he could then engage in a wide-scale employment. And then, of course, Yue Zhong couldn't just take in too many. Otherwise, the government of SY County would not be able to relax. Zhang He had gotten along in this part of town for a long time, and somewhat knew the various survivors pretty well. Under his selection, a few of the honest and hard-working ones who were not afraid to slog were chosen. Those hoodlums, thieves, and liars, or those who liked to slack or fool around, were immediately rejected. Niu Dahue at this time had already crawled up, his eyes filled with a venomous look as he stared at Zhang He and said through gritted teeth, "Zhang He, just you wait. I won't let you off this easily." After that, Niu Dahue hastily left the place. Zhang He brought the 200 people he gathered in front of Yue Zhong and said, "Boss Yue, as per your instructions, 200 people have been assembled." Yue Zhong sat in the middle of the courtyard. On his left stood Wen Pei Shan, who had a look of curiosity. Located on his right, Tong Xiaoyun and Zhang Yulan stood together. The rest of the special combat soldiers were on different duties and missions, infiltrating SY County and observing any strange movements from the different power factions. Right at this time, a group of knife and axe-wielding men rushed in, while an arrogant young man with blonde hair and ear piercings sauntered over and glanced at Yue Zhong. His eyes quickly landed on Wen Pei Shan, Tong Xiaoyun, and Zhang Yulan, and he couldn't betray the look of lust in his expression. A tan man wearing a shirt with no buttons, revealing his tattoos, immediately walked forward towards Yue Zhong, fiercely swinging a huge knife, before cursing, "Fuck your mother! Yue Zhong, you bastard. You come to our Black Tiger Gang's territory to gather people? Have you asked for our permission? Damn it. You didn't go through us and dare to take people in? You must have a death wish right. Seeing the Black Tiger Gang members appearing out of the blue, the 200 people who had been gathered immediately hid to one side, their faces full of fear as they watched on. The Black Tiger Gang was, after all, the tyrant around these areas and operated gambling dens and brothels. They loaned out resources at huge interest rates and engaged in various other shady business. At the same time, they possessed a decent fighting force and had over 100 members in their gang who could fight. Therefore, no one dared to provoke them. The blond young man with pierced ears and an incredibly arrogant face was the son of the gang leader Yun Chong, Yun Fei. Yun Fei was also a ruthless youth and had caused the deaths of a few people. The tanned, burly man wielding the knife was called Chung Yin-shu and was one of the top 5 fighters in Black Tiger Gang. Even prior to the apocalypse, he was a fighter for a gang, and his knife skills were brutal and ruthless. Of course, he had taken numerous lives as well. Go and die. Yue Zhong frowned and immediately fired a shot at that Chung Yin-shu. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in Chung Yin-shu's head, and his entire person slumped lifelessly backwards. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He didn't expect that Yue Zhong had not spoken more than a sentence, and instead had just decided to kill him instantly. Those members of the Black Tiger Gang who had walked in with strong killing intent watched Chung Yin-shu slump to the floor in disbelief as well. That was one of the prized top fighters in their gang. In the battles for territory and control, he was someone who could take on 6 different people, and such a bull had actually died at Yue Zhong's hands. The whole lot of you kneel or die. Yue Zhong coldly eyed those 20 gang members who had rushed over and spoke. He didn't even stand, and had still remained sitting on the chair. 4 special combat soldiers walked out with their 05 submachine guns aimed at the gang members. Outside of the courtyard's gates, Chung Yu wordlessly aimed a 05 submachine gun at the 20 members of the Black Tiger Gang. As long as Yue Zhong gave the order, the 5 of them could instantly decimate the over 20 members from the Black Tiger Gang. Yun Fei saw the scene in front of him, and his back broke out in cold sweat, and right now he absolutely hated Neo Dahui, who had goaded him into this. The man in front of him was obviously extremely decisive and vicious. He would kill without engaging in idle banter. With a single word from him, he forced people to kneel. This was the tyrant of tyrants, devil of devils. Yun Fei had wanted to say something, but once he saw Yue Zhong's eyes, which were filled with killing intent, his heart went limp. He immediately kneeled down and said loudly, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." The members of the Black Tiger Gang immediately kneeled one by one. There were, however, some who seemed to be hesitating. They had their pride, and they were actually being forced to kneel in front of a young man, and that made them indignant. Bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire resounded from the 05 light machine gun. Those Black Tiger Gang members who had not thrown their weapons down in time were immediately shot full of bullet holes, their entire body bleeding, as they slumped to the floor, fresh blood flowing out of their wounds. The 11 members had just died like that without the chance to resist, and the cruel scene let Yun Fei truly feel frightened at the ruthless slaughter of this youth in front of him. He had always been tough on his enemies while treating his people well, and was afraid that Yue Zhong could just execute them all on the spot. Those who were gathered by Zhang He on Yue Zhong's orders witnessed the cruel scene, as their hearts went cold, and they all kneeled subconsciously. Seeing everyone kneeling down, Zhang Yulan's eyes flashed with a hint of passion as she looked towards Yue Zhong with reverence. Yue Zhong eyed Yun Fei kneeling on the ground icily and asked, "Who are you?" The deaths of the 12 members of the Black Tiger Group was of no importance to Yue Zhong. In SY County, as long as Yue Zhong did not publicly execute any government officials, the murder of a few gang members weren't worth shit. In fact, because of the struggle for dominance, the gangs would be engaged in fighting every few days, with a few deaths as a result. The government would not bother with them too much. Chapter 264, Basement. Chapter 0264, Basement. Chapter 264, Basement. I am Yun Fei, the son of Black Tiger Gang's leader Yue Zhong. This time we were tricked by Neo Dahui. That's why we offended you. Please be magnanimous and let us off. Our Black Tiger Gang is willing to offer 3 tons of white rice as compensation. Yun Fei kneeled on the floor, his back full of cold sweat. From young, he had never felt such tyrannical pressure before. Honestly, he knew if he wasn't careful he would easily become a corpse. Yue Zhong called Zhang He over. Black Tiger Gang? Zhang He, what's this Black Tiger Gang? Zhang He did not hesitate, and immediately replied loudly. Boss Yue, this Black Tiger Gang is Xinglong Street's biggest triad. They're actually pretty good at this kind of stuff. They control the gambling dens, lend out money at high interest rates, force women to sell their bodies, and are basically a huge evil. If it was anyone else asking Zhang, he might have his reservations. But because Yue Zhong was his backer, he didn't have to fear anyone. Yue Zhong continued asking, Do you know where their headquarters is located? I know. Zhang He nodded. His sister was very pretty after all, and he was constantly worried that she would be taken by bad people. Hence, he knew the layout of the area very well. Yue Zhong casually gave out an order. Chengyu, bring the rest, and follow Zhang He. Go annihilate the Black Tiger Gang. Those who don't surrender, kill them. The 5 fully equipped special combat warriors going against 100 hoodlums without decent weapons, it was definitely going to be a victory. It was only a question of how long. Boss Yue, it was our mistake. It was my fault. Please let our Black Tiger Gang off. Yun Fei knelt on the floor and immediately kowtowed profusely, causing his forehead to bleed. He wasn't an idiot. Their motley crew of hoodlums would definitely not be able to take on Yue Zhong's warriors. The moment they clashed, there was only death for the Black Tiger Gang. Yue Zhong looked at Yun Fei coldly and said, I'm giving you a minute's time. Unless you can give me something worth mentioning, the entire Black Tiger Gang will cease to exist from tomorrow onwards. Yun Fei immediately broke out in further cold sweat, and his brain raced to come up with a way for the Black Tiger Gang to escape this crisis. Yun Fei immediately replied in a loud voice, Boss Yue, our Black Tiger Gang is willing to throw in with you and treat you as our biggest boss. Whatever you ask of us, we would do. If the Black Tiger Gang could rely on Yue Zhong's strength, they would be able to expand and become stronger as well. Yun Fei had thought of this. 1 stone, 2 birds. Yue Zhong replied coldly, You still have 30 seconds. Yue Zhong could not be bothered with Black Tiger Gang and its resources. He only had to put out rations and could gather a random team together. Training them for a few days, plus equipping them with his items, the Black Tiger Gang would not even compare to that. Yun Fei's back constantly perspired as he racked his brains again, before his eyes lit up and he said, I know a place that has a lot of rations. Yue Zhong asked in a drawly voice, How much rations? If it was just 1 or 2 tons of rations, Yue Zhong wouldn't give a shit. He could easily pull out that amount. Yun Fei replied, Definitely no less than 500 tons. Tell me the location. After we salvage it, I will let you guys leave. Yue Zhong called out indifferently. 500 tons was not a small sum. It could let even the likes of Wen Baohua and Peng Mengde to go green. With this 500 tons of food, Yue Zhong could immediately maintain a group of 1,000 people for half a year. Is it here? Yue Zhong followed Yun Fei to a village within the city, as he pointed to a 7-story high detached building on a plot of land and asked. Yun Fei told Yue Zhong the secret he had kept for quite a while. It is right here. Not too long ago, I saw some people moving some items here, and where the vehicle passed by, I noticed some white rice spilled around the area. After that, the same vehicle continuously moved items to and fro this place. Based on my calculations, I think there were about 100 trips, since the vehicle can carry about weights of up to 5 tons. After 100 trips, there should be 500 tons of food at the very least. Yanxue had initially wanted to strike this place and take the items for his own. However, before he had the chance to, Yue Zhong had gained the opportunity. He could only give this place up to exchange for the survival of his Black Tiger gang. Yue Zhong frowned before asking softly, "Is this place under the military's supervision?" 500 tons. It was not a small sum. If it was a granary that belonged to the military or government, then if Yue Zhong made any move on it, there would be trouble. Yanxue had also done his research. Nope. The granaries under the government and military usually have experts guarding them. Almost always the surrounding areas of up to 1 kilometer around those granaries are usually brightly lit, and there are various checks. Even a fly would find it hard to fly in. This place, however, lacks the type of security usually given to those of importance. Stealing from the government and military was a huge offense. Even the Black Tiger gang would be easily crushed by either the government or military. Yanxue and Yue Zhong were normal people and did not dare go against the government or military. Yue Zhong observed the place carefully and discovered that the luxurious-looking Western-style bungalow did in fact seem to not belong to the government or military. Yue Zhong eyed the bungalow, then gave the order to Chengyi, "Go take care of them. Try to keep them all alive." Upon receiving Yue Zhong's orders, Chengyi brought 2 special combat soldiers with him. Chengyi used to be a top-rated killer before the world changed. In the apocalypse after, he had gained numerous benefits from the god and devil system with Yue Zhong's help. Killing countless zombies had made him become a level 25 enhancer. If he gave his all in his assassination, even level 30 enhancers would be killed by him in just a move, needless to say anything about other normal humans. Not long after, the 7 guards around the courtyard were taken care of. Yue Zhong brought his new workforce of 150 men, strode into the courtyard with a domineering air, and started rummaging for the 500 tons of rations. "Boss Yue, we found it. We found the rations. Come over quick." One of the survivors excitedly rushed to Yue Zhong's side and called out. Yue Zhong immediately brightened up and followed the survivor to a huge underground basement. He discovered that within that huge underground basement, there were stacks and stacks of white rice, cornmeal, wheat, and various other rations. All sorts of rations were stockpiled in huge numbers, forming many small mountains. Yue Zhong looked at the amount of rations the basement contained, and his eyes flashed with delight. And based on his experience, he estimated, "Not right. The rations here are not just 500 tons. It should be above 3,000 tons. Boss Yue, there are more good things here. It seems there's much more." Songwon was in one of the corners as he called out excitedly. Yue Zhong strode over with big steps and discovered that there was a huge chest in the corner. The chest had already been pried open, revealing brand new 03 rifles inside. Military firepower. There's this much? The amount of firepower here could equip an entire battalion of soldiers. Yue Zhong took a look at the guns contained within the chest and swiftly came to a judgment on the amount. In the basement, other than the lack of rocket launchers and other missile and explosive types of weapons, all the rifles were enough to equip an entire battalion. Assuming one coupled them with the ample ammunition, it was enough to engage in a huge battle. "Good find. Move all these back immediately." Yue Zhong wore a delighted expression and gave the order to Songwon. Everything contained within this basement, Yue Zhong had decided to swallow all the items up. He didn't care if the original owner was someone to be provoked or not. With the support of these rations and firepower, Yue Zhong could immediately train up a battalion of soldiers to be deployed here, instead of taking some from his Ningguang County or Qinyuan County. Yue Zhong looked towards Chengyi and casually barked orders, as was his wont. "Go spread the command to those newly recruited guys. Whoever speaks of this will be directly executed. Those 7 guards we captured. Take them to the Scum Battalion in Ningguang County." Those in the Scum Battalion were treated harshly as befitted a slave unit. Before they killed enough zombies to obtain their freedom, they had to remain in the camp jails or in cages. They could not even step outside for communications with others. Chengyi nodded his head and immediately went to convey Yue Zhong's orders. Yue Zhong looked at Yanxue indifferently and spoke. Yanxue, your information was solid. You're free to go with your men. Today's matters. Should you reveal even the tiniest bit of information, I will personally come after every single person in your Black Tiger gang. I'll even slowly eviscerate the one with loose lips as an example. As of today onwards, if your Black Tiger gang still wants to operate your prior shady businesses on my territory, don't blame me for being merciless. If you and your guys are willing to work for me, bring your dad to meet me at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yanfei wiped his sweat rapidly as he told Yue Zhong, "Thank you, boss you. Thank you for your mercy and kindness. Our Black Tiger gang is definitely willing to work for you. I will go convince my father to meet you here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Who was the owner of the underground basement? Yue Zhong asked the 7 guards directly. Before sending the 7 of them to the Scum Battalion, Yue Zhong wanted to gain information. Since he had obtained such a huge amount of resources, the person who owned it must have been a big figure. Hey, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Your father, I, will still be a good man after another 18 years. One of the guards stared at Yue Zhong with a hardened gaze. What a good man with backbone. Please die. Yue Zhong laughed coldly and waved his hand. Songwen chuckled at such staunch replies and directly swung down on that guard's neck with his blade. His powerful slash cleanly decapitated him. Fresh blood spurted violently at first, then slower and less. Soon enough, only a sluggish drool of blood was leaking listlessly from the wet stump. The lifeless head, feeling slightly bounced with a sickening squish before it rolled on the ground and stopped. Ever so coincidentally, the man's aghast final stare locked on his face was stopped in such a way that it looked towards his colleagues, his cold and flat eyes slowly glazing over. Chapter 265, Cleaning Up the Gangs. Chapter 0265, Cleaning Up the Gangs. Chapter 265, Cleaning Up the Gangs. Who's the owner of this basement? Yue Zhong glared icily at the 6 remaining guards. Seeing their comrade's corpse, their eyes flashed with fear. The enemy in front of them was more vicious than they had ever imagined. Somehow, under such duress, they kept their silence. The owner of the basement was too powerful. Those who betrayed him would not have a good ending. You can die then. Yue Zhong directly pointed to a guard coldly. The guard's eyes flashed with horror, his entire body convulsing as he struggled to say, "I." Before he even got the words out, Songwen had already chopped off his head, and the lifeless head whose face was full of hatred and reluctance fell to the floor. This very effectively further added on to the fear of the remaining 5 guards. You were too slow. Yue Zhong eyed the dead body before his gaze moved to the other 5 guards. I'll speak. I'll say anything. Don't kill me. I'll speak. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. The remaining 5 guards lost all sense of their composure and bawled as they fought to let Yue Zhong know what they knew. They did not want to die at his hands. So it was him. Interesting. Really interesting. After hearing the words from the remaining guards, he gained some interesting information. The owner of the 3,000 tons of rations and a battalion's worth of firepower was the private property of Su Dongming, one of the 5 heads of the military. In the military, as Su Dongming was the overall commander, he was under the scrutiny of the other 4 powers, and every actions of his was closely observed. In order to expand his power, he had siphoned out parts of the military's resources and sent it to this small, unassuming bungalow. At the same time, he was building up a civil force. However, they didn't expect that their hard work would fall into the hands of Yue Zhong. These 7 guards were also the elites of the civil force and possessed weapons on themselves. They could easily deal with a triad of 100 members. In this part of town, where the number of experts could not possibly be greater or stronger than this group of 7, Su Dongming had not expected that his prized possessions would be swallowed by Yue Zhong. These resources of Su Dongming had been obtained secretly and could not be revealed to anyone. The moment he did, he might have to deal with the joint efforts of the other 4 heads to dethrone him, and his commander position would not be secure. While the position of the division commander might be a name only and could not possibly affect the other 4 troops, Su Dongming was not willing to part with it. Since Yue Zhong knew Su Dongming would not dare to openly send troops for revenge, Yue Zhong couldn't care less about offending him. Even if Su Dongming knew it was Yue Zhong who did it, he could only grit his teeth and accept the facts. Early the next morning at 8, the blonde-haired Yun Fei and his father Yun Chang stood at the courtyard awaiting Yue Zhong obediently. A small triad like the Black Tiger Gang, helping Yue Zhong whose power was more significant, wasn't much of an issue. A few experts could easily wipe such a small triad out. Therefore, Yun Fei and Yun Chang father-son duo weren't willing to offend Yue Zhong. Zhang He walked out and spoke indifferently to Yun Fei and Yun Chang. "Boss, he wants you to go in. Follow me." Yun Fei, Yun Chang both followed Zhang He quietly. "He really is strong." Yun Chang saw the various special combat soldiers standing around the villa with 05 rifles, and he was shocked. Last night, after Yun Fei had advised him, he had his doubts about Yue Zhong. However, today he really opened his eyes and discovered Yue Zhong's strength to be more fearsome than Yun Fei described. Yue Zhong eyed Yun Chang indifferently and said, "You're Yun Chang?" Yun Chang looked to Yue Zhong in front of him and spoke extremely respectfully. "This small one is Yun Chang. Boss Yue, last night my Black Tiger Gang had offended you greatly. I hope you will forgive us. Today my useless son and I are here to make amends, and from today henceforth, we are willing to work for you." After the apocalypse, whoever had the largest fist was the boss. Naturally, someone like Yue Zhong, who had so much power at his fingertips, usually wasn't someone to antagonize others because of prior events. In fact, most would wish to throw in with him to obtain such a strong backer, and in the future, create more possibilities for oneself. Yue Zhong coolly replied, "I want you to show your face and go to Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street, as well as Xingye Street, and clear up all the different gangs. Once they're cleaned up, the entire area will be handled by you. Do you have the confidence?" Yue Zhong had bought over the 3 streets filled with all sorts of characters and had the intent to clean things up. Otherwise, if it were allowed to continue deteriorating, it would be a hassle for him in the future with regards to security. Yun Chang hesitated a while before replying. "Boss Yue, the number of men I have are not enough to clean up so many gangs. Nanshan Street's Azure Dragon Gang, as well as Xingye Street's Vermilion Phoenix Gang, have over 100 people who can fight, plus those bitches in Vermilion Phoenix Gang have guns. Our Black Tiger Gang is definitely not their match. The Azure Dragon Gang and Vermilion Phoenix Gang might sound intimidating, but they were only 2 small triads after all. To eliminate them, 20 fully equipped soldiers was all it needed." Yue Zhong replied indifferently, "I will send people to help you. You just have to bring my men to capture their leaders and suppress their strength. That will suffice. If they aren't willing to surrender, kill them. If they surrender, absorb them into your ranks. No unnecessary killings." Yun Chang's face immediately brightened up, and he replied excitedly, "Yes, Boss Yue. I promise to execute this mission well." Yue Zhong swept a cold gaze at him. "Your son Yun Fei will stay here to assist me. To put it bluntly, whatever you guys did before, I don't care. From today on, if you guys still continue to do those immoral things, then don't blame me for being merciless." Yun Chang's heart went cold as he replied, "Yes, Boss Yue. Then I'll entrust my useless son to you. From today on, whatever I do, I will be sure to seek your approval. I promise that I won't let you down." Yun Chang was very sure that Yue Zhong had kept his son behind to not only guide him properly, it was to ensure he had a hostage as well. If Yun Chang were to betray Yue Zhong outside, his son would only face death. However, Yun Chang felt elated. This meant that Yue Zhong truly intended to groom and test him. Otherwise, there was no need for a hostage. The leader of the Azure Dragon Triad, Ran Xingzai, was feeling restless. His backer had just informed him that Yue Zhong had appeared in Nanshan Street, and then had warned him to be careful. He was told not to provoke or offend this huge dragon, Otherwise, those on top could not help him. Should I send him a gift? Ran Xingzai hesitated a while. He was, after all, the leader of over 100 fighters. If he took the initiative to gift Yue Zhong something, it would cause him to lose face. Furthermore, without any rhyme or reason, who knows, Yue Zhong might look down on him. One of the Azure Dragon Triad members rushed in, breathlessly reporting, Leader! Leader! The Black Tiger Gang has brought people to attack us. Ran Xingzai frowned and said, What are you panicking for? It's only just that small Black Tiger Gang. What can they do? Let Lu and Li Bo handle it. Lu and Li Bo were the top 2 experts in the Azure Dragon Gang. They were both above level 10 enhancers and possessed the God and Devil system skills. In these kind of riff-raff triads, there were really no normal people who were the match for these two. The lackey immediately replied, fearfully, They have already been defeated. They were defeated within one move by those experts that the Black Tiger Gang brought. Ran Xingzai's expression soured. What? How did Yanxue get such experts? Only the government or military will have people of that caliber. Right at this time, the sounds of merciless slaughter resounded from outside. 15 members of the Azure Dragon Triad ran into the meeting hall, embarrassingly fleeing from the enemy. Yanxue had brought a bunch of the Black Tiger Gang members and was sauntering into the meeting hall with an extremely pleased face. He looked around as he scanned the area and saw the leader, Ran Xingzai. His eyes brightened up as he laughed coldly. Ran Xingzai, do you want to surrender or die today? 10 of the Black Tiger Gang members held 03 rifles pointing at Ran Xingzai. It was quite evident that as soon as Yanxue gave the order, they would immediately open fire and execute the Azure Dragon Triad members. With these 03 rifles, Ran Xingzai knew that even if all his brothers were to rush up, they would be slaughtered immediately. Ran Xingzai looked at those 03 rifles and looked at Lu and Li Bo, who were tied up tightly. As he clenched his fist, a hint of fury flashed in his eyes before he gritted his teeth and asked, Yanxue, had he been bought over by Yue Zhong? Ran Xingzai was, after all, also a capable person. He thought to the previous night where the Black Tiger Gang had actually offended Yue Zhong, and came to the conclusion with just a little more guesswork. He also knew the actual strength of the Black Tiger Gang, and knew it was impossible for them to possess the 03 rifles. 100% impossible. Otherwise, the entire area might have already been dominated by the Black Tiger Gang long before. It must be known that the government and military controlled the guns very strictly. Even after expending a huge amount of effort, Ran Xingzai had only obtained 2 handguns, 81 rifles, and 60 magazines of ammunition. That's right. I am now Boss Yue's man. Yanxue did not feel ashamed as he said it. Ran Xingzai, you only have 2 options now, to surrender or to die. Ran Xingzai hesitated a while before replying extremely reluctantly, I surrender. Leader, you can't. We will fight it out with them. One of the lackeys from the Azure Dragon Triad immediately shouted out, his eyes red. With a bang, the lackey from the Azure Dragon Tribe found a new hole in between his eyebrows as he fell straight to the floor, not moving anymore. Is there anyone else? Just speak. Cheng Yu held a handgun as he looked at the people from the Azure Dragon Triad as though they were already dead people. Under the cold gaze of Cheng Yu, the members' hearts went cold. No one dared to speak further. Ran Xingzai looked at his subordinate that was executed, and his eyebrows twitched, not daring to voice anything else. If it was before the apocalypse, he could still holler that he would get a lawyer. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, so-called human rights were basically non-existent, and those who were not satisfied were immediately executed, so there was no need to discuss about rights. The members of the Azure Dragon Triad did not dare do anything else. Under the threat of the rifles, they obediently allowed themselves to be tied up by the members of the Black Tiger Gang before being taken away from that place. Ran Xingzai's face was currently the color of ash as he looked towards the extremely complacent Yanxue and muttered in deep regret, Damn it, If only I had gained Yue Zhong's backing earlier. I didn't expect that I would actually lose to this bastard. The moment the leader of the Azure Dragon Triad was taken away, the rest of the Triad became devastated, and a number of the members left at the first notice. Yue Zhong brought people and obtained 50 tons of rations from a place. Really, without these rations, the Azure Dragon Triad could not have gathered over 100 fighters to establish a foothold around here. After dealing with the Azure Dragon Triad, Yue Zhong gathered his subordinates and, in a good mood, made their way towards the Vermilion Phoenix Triad. The Vermilion Phoenix's territory was in Xingye Street. They were a triad that consisted of only female members. These women were mostly mistreated by men in the past and hated them to the core of their bones. The Queen Bee Lu Yujiao was also an extremely ruthless and vicious person. All ruthlessness aside, she possessed strong interpersonal skills and had garnered a group of over 100 women. Under her leadership, the rest of the women in Vermilion Phoenix could fight and risk their all and weren't much weaker than most men. In actuality, they were a lot more ruthless. Amongst the Triad members of the Vermilion Phoenix, there were 5 rifles, and their power was recognized around the area. The Black Tiger Gang and Azure Dragon Triad had refrained from antagonizing this fearsome group of women in the past. The Vermilion Phoenix also got their news extremely fast. After obtaining info that the Azure Dragon Triad had been annihilated, they immediately sent a group towards Nanshan Street to fight for control of the territory, and came across Yue Zhong's team. A decent-looking woman with fair skin, called Zhengyi, whom had a huge knife scar running across her face that disfigured her looks, was also the 4th sister of the Vermilion Phoenix Triad. She looked at Yue Zhong with the huge troops behind him as she asked coolly, "Boss Yun, what is the meaning of this?" The 23 young women behind Zhengyi wielded their huge knives as they stared at Yue Zhong fixedly. The moment Zhengyi gave the order, they would rush forward to hack Yue Zhong and the other men to death. The Vermilion Phoenix Triad could survive in this cruel post-apocalyptic world was because they had the capability. The women in the Triad were extremely tight and united. With one order from Zhengyi, even if they know of the imminent death, they would rush up to battle to the death. Yue Zhong eyed Zhengyi as he coldly smiled and threatened, "Zhengyi, our boss Yue Zhong has given the order to subdue you all. Surrender immediately or face imminent death." The nice guys that did not hit nor kill women did exist in the post-apocalyptic world. However, they were few and usually not in power. Those who could survive for so long were usually leaders that did not care so much about chivalry. If there were obstructions to their goals, they would dispose of the person, regardless of gender. Human life had little value anymore. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.